l'hanno ideate i nostri colleghi di Iași, di Bucarest, sono volutamente trasversali e riguardano temi, direi, connessi a tanti argomenti, alla romanità orientale e ai rapporti che questa romanità ha conservato con le comunità italiche per secoli, riguarda però anche le complicate relazioni politiche del mondo medievale, del mondo italico, non solo la classica relazione che conosciamo meglio stabilita tra la Repubblica di Venezia e i Principati Romeni, ma l'insieme delle realtà politiche e sociali della penisola con il mondo sud-est europeo e naturalmente anche in questa seconda edizione abbiamo un buon numero di interventi che parleranno di forme di interazione sempre più variegate, più diverse tra le due aree nel 800 e nel 900, quando diciamo la tipologia dei rapporti, dei intrecci diventa molto variegata. E come osservazione finale bisogna sottolineare che l'attuale edizione dà spazio, come non abbiamo fatto l'anno scorso, anche all'era, diciamo, molto recente, al dopoguerra fredda e alle realtà che caratterizzano i rapporti tra la Romania e l'Italia oggi, negli ultimi 20-30 anni. E un incontro che spero avrà possibilità di crescere come cadenza. Non insisto sull'opportunità di organizzare questo tipo di incontri con la partecipazione di più centri universitari romeni italiani e non soltanto, perché diciamo il motivo o i motivi sono tanti e sono facili da individuare. Praticamente il convegno nel formato attuale permette una trattazione di tutti questi argomenti insauribile e spero di avere nelle prossime edizioni più atenei, più istituti coinvolti nell'economia dell'evento. Come l'anno scorso sono accanto a noi anche in questa occasione non solo le tre più importanti università della Romania, quella di Iași, Bucarest e di Cluj-Napoca, ma anche università che ospitano, diciamo, nuclei di ricerca molto attivi che nella loro attività di ricerca e di formazione post-universitaria, di formazione universitaria, dedicano spazio ampio, se non esclusivo, alla Romania, in primo luogo, e al sud-est europeo. E mi riferisco soprattutto all'Università Roma Tre e al Dipartimento di Scienze Politiche, dove al momento, ma è una realtà ormai ben nota da più di 10 anni, è attivo il gruppo più diciamo importante di storici che si concentrano nella loro attività sulla Romania, un gruppo capitanato dal professor Francesco Guida, che è anche il presidente dell'Associazione Italiana di Studi di Storia dell'Europa Centrale e Orientale, partner nell'organizzazione del nostro convegno, che è presidente anche di un centro di ricerca italo-romeno di ricerca storica dell'Università di Bucarest, e che ringrazio vivamente per aver accettato di essere presente anche in questa occasione nell'economia del nostro convegno. Un ringraziamento di cuore anche all'Università di Sassari e ai colleghi dell'Università di Sassari che saranno con noi per questa edizione, nonostante le difficoltà che incontrano, diciamo, soprattutto nei ultimi giorni. La Sardegna, tante aree della Sardegna sono state sinistrate e infatti uno dei nostri colleghi di Sassari avrà probabilmente difficoltà a collegarsi oggi nella nostra sessione mattutina. L'evento è appoggiato anche dall'Istituto Culturale Romeno che, come al solito, dà ampio spazio alla componente accademica nella sua attività di promozione culturale, e ringrazio il comitato direttivo dell'istituto per aver anche in questa occasione accettato di finanziare il nostro evento. Ringrazio nuovamente, ho già accennato all'inizio a questo fatto, ringrazio i riorganizzatori, soprattutto il preside della Facoltà di Storia dell'Università Alexandru Ioan Cuza, professor Lucrețiu Bârliba e il professor Ioan Opriș dell'Università di Bucarest, Facoltà di Storia, per aver ideato in primo luogo questo formato del convegno e per aver portato nell'economia dell'evento tanti altri colleghi. Non rubo altro spazio ai miei colleghi perché ci avviciniamo al punto quando dovremmo lasciare il microfono al primo collega che ci presenterà il suo intervento. Con il vostro permesso vorrei accennare a un ultimo aspetto, appunto perché questo convegno rientra nella serie di eventi che ormai si organizzano con cadenza annuale nei due centri di formazione post-universitaria che la Romania ha in Italia, a Venezia e a Roma, e dato che un nostro caro professore e collega si trovava all'inizio, alla metà degli anni 90, tra quelli che fortemente hanno appoggiato questo tipo di iniziative e soprattutto hanno avuto un ruolo straordinario e determinante nella rifondazione delle scuole romene di formazione post-universitaria in Italia. Questo nostro caro professore, esattamente un mese fa, dopo una lunga sofferenza, direi, è scomparso, il professor Bolyai, che voi tutti avete conosciuto come studioso di assoluto valore scientifico, come storico appassionato delle relazioni italo-romene e naturalmente come direttore dell'Istituto Romeno di Cultura e Ricerca Umanistica di Venezia, un incarico vissuto con appassionata cura, per il quale ha raccolto il tradizionale mandato istituzionale di scuola e di centro di ricerca, avviando coraggiose, direi, iniziative, e tra queste probabilmente la più importante è quella di aver riavviato il programma di borse di studio, rifondando in questo modo la scuola romena di formazione post-universitaria di Venezia. In memoria del nostro professore, amico dell'Italia, vorrei invitarvi a osservare un momento di silenzio. Vi ringrazio. Ringrazio tutti i colleghi presenti, ringrazio i nostri illustri ospiti romeni e italiani per aver accettato l'invito al nostro incontro virtuale, soprattutto nelle presenti condizioni. Tutti siete oberati, lo sappiamo benissimo, di responsabilità didattiche e soprattutto per motivo di tanti incontri accademici e lezioni che dovete organizzare online, motivo per il quale sono convinto altri 2 giorni di incontro virtuale non sono necessariamente un motivo di gioia, e vi ringrazio di cuore per aver fatto questo sforzo per organizzare e per realizzare questa seconda edizione del convegno. Mi fermo e vi auguro un buon procedimento dei lavori. Sono convinto che sarà una serie di presentazioni molto interessanti e un scambio di idee altrettanto interessante. E passo subito la parola al collega e amico professor Lucrezio Borliva, preside della Facoltà di Storia dell'Università di Iași, per presentare il suo indirizzo di saluto. Professor Borliva.
Grazie. Cari colleghi e amici, ci incontriamo oggi in una formula che non avevamo anticipato l'anno scorso. Dopo la prima edizione del convegno, la Romanità Orientale Italia dall'antichità fino al XX secolo, che è stata sicuramente un successo, un incontro nel 2020 all'Accademia di Romania era diventata una cosa naturale. Fino all'ultimo momento ho sperato che tutte le vie portassero a Roma. Tuttavia, la gioia del ricongiungimento non può essere oscurata da alcuna calamità. L'organizzazione di questa conferenza è una prova di solidarietà scientifica non solo tra le istituzioni organizzatrici, le università di Iași, Bucarest, Cluj, l'Accademia rumena, l'Istituto di Cultura rumeno, ma anche tra gli storici rumeni e italiani. È inoltre necessario interagire con il pubblico interessato a conoscere i risultati delle nostre ricerche e non ultimo a mantenere un contatto senza il quale il progresso scientifico non è possibile. Vorrei ringraziare in particolare il professore Rudolf Dinu, che è un ospite estremamente accogliente e del quale sentiamo il calore anche in questa inespressiva ambientazione telematica. Il maestro ha fatto tutto ciò che è umanamente possibile affinché si svolgesse l'incontro e il numero dei partecipanti è aumentato rispetto alla prima edizione. Un ringraziamento va anche ai colleghi di Bucarest e Cluj, i professori Ionuț Opriș, Sorin Nemeti, Ovidiu Ghita, che hanno curato l'organizzazione dalle proprie istituzioni. Ringrazio anche i miei colleghi italiani che hanno risposto prontamente alla nostra chiamata, anche se stanno vivendo tempi estremamente difficili. Assicuriamo loro tutto il nostro apprezzamento e affetto. Grazie.
Ringrazio il professor Borliva per il suo saluto e per l'energia che ha speso per l'organizzazione di questo convegno, e adesso ho il piacere di lasciare la parola al professor Ioan Carlo Priș, che rappresenta nell'economia del nostro evento la Facoltà di Storia dell'Università di Bucarest e uno dei diciamo, ideatori di questo convegno.
Good morning to everyone. I'll be brief. I'll speak in English. I'd like to thank you very much for this opportunity of reinventing this year again with a new conference at the Accademia di Romania. Thank you very much, Professor Rudolf Dinu, for all possible support in this respect. It was a dream that we shared together. It happened 2 years ago with Professor Borliva, with Professor Dinu. A dream in order to take annual conferences at the Accademia di Romania in Rome, for presenting the progress of the study in what's concerning the historical studies in general, in archaeology and ancient history as well. So we started last year with Professor Bolyai, with the universities in Iași and Bucarest, and this year we are all three of us. That means the Babeș Bolyai University in Cluj. So I'm thinking about getting a good annual meeting, and hopefully for the next year to see each other in person and not in this, let's say, internet kind of conference. Thank you, everyone, and for being with us today. And of course, the University in Bucharest and the Faculty of History is very honored to take part to this new convegno in late 2020. Thank you, everyone.
Grazie professor Opriș. Vorrei sottolineare ancora una volta la necessità di avere più incontri come questo, e oso a dire che potremmo e dovremmo cercare di dare una cadenza biannuale a questo tipo di incontri. L'Accademia di Romania non ha un merito speciale nell'ospitare questa seconda edizione del convegno La Romanità Orientale d'Italia, però è una piattaforma, è stata ideata appunto per poter facilitare questo tipo di incontri, e vorrei ricordare, visto che ci seguono sul Facebook anche diciamo amici dell'Accademia che non sono necessariamente ricercatori in questo campo diciamo generoso delle discipline umanistiche, l'Accademia accoglie con grande piacere anche altre iniziative oltre il formato già stabilito di questo convegno, e invito tutti i colleghi presenti oggi e che rappresentano i 3 centri universitari romeni a ideare altri eventi di questo tipo per appunto moltiplicare gli intrecci con il mondo accademico e culturale italiano. Vi ringrazio nuovamente e direi che a questo punto con un piccolo ritardo possiamo avviare la nostra prima sessione mattutina. Invito il professor Ioan Cuza a moderare questa prima sessione e naturalmente di invitare il nostro primo relatore a presentare il suo intervento. Grazie.
I'll gladly do that, and let's start our morning session with the paper of Professor Lucrețiu Mihailescu Bârliba, Notices prosopographiques sur les personnes originaires de l'Italie en Mésie inférieure. Please take the floor, Professor Bârliba.
Thank you very much. Je vais parler en français maintenant. Je vais partager la présentation PowerPoint. Je vous demande si tout est OK. Est-ce que vous voyez la présentation? Bon.
Yes, it's OK. OK.
Merci. Donc, ma démarche d'aujourd'hui vise la présentation de 2 personnes mentionnées dans les sources récemment trouvées qui s'ajoute au dossier épigraphique sur les personnes provenant de l'Italie et de Mésie inférieure. En Mésie inférieure. Le fait que tous les deux personnages exercent des charges de commande dans des unités militaires n'a rien de surprenant, mais cela fait encore une fois preuve non seulement de la mobilité des troupes, mais aussi de la mobilité individuelle. Les Italiens mentionnés dans les inscriptions de la Mésie inférieure sont en plupart soit des militaires et des vétérans, ou bien les membres de leur famille ou leurs descendants. En ce qui concerne les militaires, leur arrivée date du 1er siècle, lorsque les premières unités ont été transférées dans les provinces. Comme tous étaient citoyens, ils sont rattachés aux légions où ils remplissent des charges de commande dans les unités auxiliaires, y compris les milices équestres. Je rappelle les exemples du décurion Caius Fulonius, du centurion Recius Albanius, donc d'un texte qui date sous Tibère, de Lucius Septimius et de Caius Annius Milo, des textes qui datent dans la période de Claude Néron, de Publius Farfinia Severus, Caius Annius Fuscus, Caius Ercidius Sextus, attestés toujours dans des textes datant du 1er siècle, Lucius Cominius Valens, Caius Caecilius Vitalis, Quintus Falcius Constans au 2e siècle. Il faut également mentionner Tiberius Veturius Mauretanus, Prefectus Castrorum Legionis Quinte Macedonicae, ou le tribun Angusticlavius de la Legio Undecima Claudia, Marcus Stabius Colonus. Et les exemples peuvent continuer. Certains d'entre eux restent dans la province après la honesta missio, comme Lucius Cominius Valens, Caius Caecilius Vitalis, Quintus Falcius Constans, Marcus Iunius Montanus. Et néanmoins, les textes évoquent des personnes liées au milieu militaire, comme le médecin Titus Rascanius Fortunatus à Troesmis. À ce dossier, il faut ajouter encore 2 personnages attestés dans des sources récemment trouvées, ou sinon récemment trouvées, de toute façon récemment recherchées, comme c'est le cas de la première source, une inscription qui provient de Troesmis et qui m'a été confiée par Andrei Opaitz via Alexandru Avram. Il s'agit d'une stèle funéraire en calcaire. On voit que c'est brisé en 2. La partie supérieure qui contient le champ de l'inscription, la partie inférieure qui représente une patère miroir encadrée des 2 strigiles et qui suggère plutôt la profession du personnage défunt, et le texte de l'inscription qui peuvent être facilement lus, dis manibus eutico qui et Opelius Terentius junior tribunus militum legionis quinte Macedonicae verne suo posuit. Et ici, il y a la restitution, la transcription du texte. Au-delà du texte proprement dit et de l'analyse visant le statut social du défunt, ce qui attire l'attention pour cette communication, c'est le nom de celui qui fait ériger le monument, c'est-à-dire Terentius Junior, qui est tribun, très probablement un tribun de rang équestre, un tribun Angusticlavius de la Legio Quinta Macedonica, qui est stationné, comme on le sait déjà, à Troesmis. Son nom, c'est celui qui attire l'attention parce qu'il fait partie d'une gens Terentia qui est répandue au nord de l'Italie et surtout de cette branche de la gens Terentia, les Terenti Juniores, qui sont mentionnés dans plusieurs sources, non seulement des sources épigraphiques, mais aussi des sources littéraires. Donc, il y a 2 Terenti Juniores très connus. Le premier, c'est Caius Terentius Junior, qui est, sauf dans les sources épigraphiques, mentionné dans une lettre de Pline le Jeune, qui raconte que ce Terentius Junior, après avoir exercé les milices équestres et la propriété de Narbonnaise, s'est retiré chez ses domaines en préférant une vie de plaisir aux fonctions publiques. J'avoue que dans sa place, j'aurais fait la même chose. Il est aussi mentionné dans une inscription qui a été trouvé à côté de Pérouse et qui atteste un de ces domaines. Donc, c'est bien probable donc c'était une de ses résidences, mais c'est bien probable qu'il résidait sinon à Pérouse, au moins dans la zone proche de cette cité. Et c'est encore une preuve que s'il n'était pas originaire de Pérouse, donc il avait au moins le domicile à côté de cette cité. Le deuxième personnage, c'est son petit-fils Gnaeus Terentius Junior, qui est consul suffect dans l'année 146. Sa carrière a été analysée d'une manière détaillée par Geza Alfeldi, et ce n'est pas le cas de la reprendre ici. Il est attesté en plusieurs inscriptions, et Geza Alfeldi l'a identifié à juste raison avec Gnaeus Terentius Romulus Junior, légat de la Legio Septima Gemina, mais qui devient plus tard consul. Il y a aussi plusieurs diplômes militaires qui l'attestent à côté de son collègue de consulat, Aurelius Gallus, en 146. Ce qui est intéressant dans le cas de cette inscription, c'est sa datation, afin de placer un petit peu du point de vue chronologique notre Terentius Junior. Donc, on est bien connu que le stationnement de la Legio Quinta Macedonica à Trăsnis commence juste après la première guerre dacique et prend fin vers le début de guerre marcomane. Ce qui est très intéressant, c'est la formule dis manibus qui apparaît non abrégée et qui indique, par rapport au IIe siècle, une datation plus précoce. C'est sûrement dans la première moitié du IIe siècle, mais si on compare avec les caractéristiques iconographiques saisies par Sven Konrad pour ce type de monument, on peut le dater même plutôt vers le premier quart du IIe siècle. Pline écrit son texte sur Caius Terentius Junior environ 107. Donc, de ce point de vue, il est exclu que notre personnage soit Caius Terentius Junior, parce que à ce moment-là, il est attesté comme tribun de légion. Donc, et Pline racontait sur lui qu'il avait déjà exercé la peuplataire de Narbonnaise. De la même façon, la datation de l'inscription se place un petit peu trop tôt pour que notre Terentius Junior soit identifié avec Gnaeus Terentius Junior. Et on peut aussi remarquer que ce tribunat de légion qui est en Gusticlave suggère plutôt une carrière équestre. On ne sait pas si notre personnage est devenu sénateur plus tard. Donc, du point de vue chronologique, ce Terentius Junior se situe entre les deux Terentius Junioris qu'on connaît jusqu'à ce moment-là. Et il y a deux possibilités. On doit les admettre de la même manière, toutes les deux possibilités, puisqu'on n'a pas d'autres sources qui fournissent des détails supplémentaires sur notre personnage. Donc, il est possible qu'il y ait soit le fils de Caius Terentius Junior et le père de Gnaeus Terentius Junior, c'est-à-dire l'anneau qui manque dans cette chaîne généalogique, ou bien ils peuvent appartenir à une branche de Terenti, la branche de Terenti Juniores, étant apparentée, bien sûr, avec les deux Terenti Juniores mentionnés auparavant, et qui exerce sa carrière dans la première moitié du IIe siècle. Il faut aussi dire que la partie iconographique de l'inscription suggère, comme j'ai déjà dit, la profession de l'esclave qui était un esclave verna, donc né dans la maison de son maître et qui s'occupait de l'hygiène personnelle du maître. Et il faut aussi dire que cette inscription est sinon la plus ancienne, une des plus anciennes de transmises, et Terentius Junior, un de ses premiers tribuns, donc de la Legio Quinta Macedonia de rang équestre, arrivé dans le camp. D'autres tribuns angusticlavi de la Légion sont originaires de l'Italie. Il faut rappeler ici Caius Lucilius Proculus de Tarquini, dans un texte qui date du 1er siècle, ou Caius Cetilius Firmus de Pola, qui date de la Decima Regio, qui date toujours du 1er siècle, ou Caius Cornelius Rufus de Vérone, qui, dans un texte qui date probablement du 2e siècle, mais toujours de la première moitié du 2e siècle, et Lucius Fadius Cornutus Titius Messianus, qui a été aussi ancien préfet de la Cohos Quinta Gallorum, stationné à ce moment-là en Mésie supérieure, originaire de Florence. Comme on voit, donc, ce n'est pas le seul cas d'un tribun qui soit originaire de l'Italie. Et sur l'origine italienne de Terenti, il parle les nombreuses occurrences en Italie et également de Terenti Juniores, les mêmes nombreuses occurrences, surtout au nord de la péninsule. Le deuxième texte sur lequel je vais parler maintenant, c'est un texte très récemment trouvé. J'ai fait une discussion, disons, un peu plus élargie à une autre occasion que nos collègues de Bucarest et de Cluj connaissent déjà. Il s'agit d'un diplôme militaire qui a été trouvé à Ibida. Donc, pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas la localisation de la cité, il faut dire qu'elle se situe au nord de la Mésie inférieure. Ici, on voit son emplacement et que les vestiges archéologiques datent surtout du Bas Empire, mais il y a pas mal d'inscriptions et des objets archéologiques qui ne sont pas trouvés dans un contexte archéologique très clair, datant quand même de l'époque du Haut Empire. Donc, le diplôme militaire, ici. À la fin de ma communication, si vous voulez, je peux mettre à votre disposition une image plus agrandie de ce diplôme, mais au-delà de son importance historique, parce que c'est le troisième diplôme militaire qui date du même jour, le 14 août 99. C'est le deuxième diplôme qui mentionne soldats libérés de la même unité, la cohortis tertia gallorum. Donc, au-delà de cette, vous voyez ici, cohortis tertia gallorum, au-delà de son importance historique, ce qui nous intéresse à ce moment-là pour cette communication, c'est le commandant de cette cohorte, et on le voit ici, Caius Atilius Cai Filius Stellatina Sca. Le surnom n'est pas conservé entièrement. Donc, c'est un personnage qui s'appelle Caius Atilius et qui fait partie de la tribu Stellatina. Si on cherche un petit peu les occurrences de son nom et aussi de son appartenance à la tribu, on voit que en Caius Atilius de la tribu Stellatina est mentionné à Forum Vibi Caburum en Ligurie. Un autre Atilius de la même tribu est attesté à Muniano, Septima Regio. Quintus Atilius Pescenius Salustianus de Ferentium, toujours de la Septima Regio, est commémoré à Tamosida, en Tangitan. Il y a donc plusieurs Attilii attestés dans la partie nord de l'Italie, et en ce qui concerne l'appartenance à la tribu Stellatina, on voit déjà deux exemples qui se situent grosso modo dans la même région. Donc, en tenant compte de ces occurrences, il est bien fort probable que notre préfet soit en italien. Et chose qui n'est pas surprenante, voir qu'on se trouve à la fin du 1er siècle et qu'il est très habituel qu'on a des commandants des unités auxiliaires provenant des gens originaires de la péninsule italique. Donc, y compris les milices équestres. En fait, le fait qu'il exerce une milice équestre renforce cette hypothèse. Il y a encore 3 préfectes de cette cohorte évoqués dans les inscriptions. En Publius Valerius Sabinus, en charge en 505, lorsque la cohorte était encore en Mésie inférieure, puisque peu après les guerres daciques, elle a été transférée en Dacie. Sextus Iulius Possessor, honoré en Bétique sous Marc Aurèle et Lucius Verus, après avoir exercé cette milice en Dacie, et Honoratus, commémoré en Dacie à Hogis, dans un texte datant de la seconde moitié du IIe siècle. Et là, à Hogis, on suppose que cette cohorte a eu son camp pendant son stationnement en Dacie. Et si on se retourne maintenant vers l'époque des Flaviens, et peu après, donc, un petit peu l'époque où ce diplôme est daté. Donc, on constate qu'il y a peu d'inscriptions sur les préfets de cohorte en Mésie inférieure. Pourtant, on se rend compte qu'un préfet de la cohorte prima Claudia Sugambrorum veterana equitata, dont le nom est difficile à reconstituer, est attesté à Rome, où Caius Iunius Tertius, préfet de la cohorte prima Obiorum, est mentionné dans un texte en minturne, donc en latin. Par conséquent, il semble bien probable que, on revient maintenant à notre personnage, que Caius Atilius Sca est une origine italienne. Pour conclure, il faut dire que cet passage en revue de ces 2 textes a ajouté à notre dossier des militaires originaires de l'Italie actifs en Mésie inférieure, et tous les 2 ont exercé des milices équestres. En tenant compte de la datation des textes, fin du 1er siècle et début du 2e siècle, une telle origine n'est pas surprenante. Malheureusement, des données supplémentaires sur leur carrière n'existent pas encore. Heureusement, l'épigraphie des commandants militaires en Mésie inférieure s'est enrichie avec 2 autres nouveaux exemples. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Nous vous remercions, monsieur le professeur, pour cette très intéressante communication. Et il faut que j'observe qu'à Ibida, vous en avez une source assez importante d'inscription et surtout diplôme militaire. Très intéressant. Et maintenant, j'invite les collègues à poser des questions si vous en avez. Sinon, je vais vous demander à me dire si vous pouvez, quand vous pensez que la Legio Quinta Macedonica arrive à Trösmis. Vous avez mentionné 103, mais bon.
102, 103. Donc, la date ne peut pas être connue d'une manière précise, mais je suis presque sûr que ça s'est passé juste après la première guerre dacique. Il est bien probable que les unités ont agi à la première guerre dacique en Mésie inférieure, mais l'établissement du camp, disons, a été fait juste après cette guerre.
OK. Oui, parce que de toute façon, la première inscription date de l'époque d'Adrien. La première inscription sur à Trösmis. mentionne la Légion.
Oui, mais il faut dire qu'il s'agit déjà de vétérans. Et
Voilà.
des vétérans, en fait, c'est une pierre qui atteste la honesta mission, en fait, pas la honesta mission, une liste de militaires qui viennent de recevoir leur libération du service en 134, c'est-à-dire qu'ils ont été enrôlés dans l'armée en 108, 109, très probablement à l'occasion des guerres parthes portées par Trajan. Mais de toute façon, c'est la première attestation épigraphique. Je crains, je suis encore prudent, mais je crains que cette attestation est encore plus ancienne que l'inscription datant sous avril.
Non, votre interprétation me convient très très bien parce que moi, à mon tour, je crois que l'an 103 a une importance tout à fait particulière pour l'établissement des unités militaires pour refaire à fundamentis les camps, pas seulement à Carcium, mais aussi à Rasova et dans d'autres points. Et l'installation dans cette période entre les deux expéditions, c'est très intéressant. C'est très intéressant, même si on n'a pas une preuve assez ferme pour le moment. OK. Ouais. Je vous remercie. Si les collègues vont... Oui, Roxana, je vous en prie.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Merci Lucrezio. Est-ce que je peux te demander quelque chose? Est-ce que tu peux revenir un peu à la traduction de la première inscription?
Oui.
C'est le premier slide, je pense.
Oui. J'ai mis un petit peu l'image agrandie du diplôme et on voit ici très clairement Caius Atilius Cai Filius de Latina Sca. Donc, je reviens maintenant au premier slide. Oui. Oui.
Oui, je suis intéressée de l'anthroponyme. C'est Eutico.
Oui.
Et puis, c'est Kviet.
Kviet, si. Oui, oui.
C'est Kviet de Eutico ou Kviet?
C'est Kviet d'Euticus. Oui. C'est-à-dire Euticus, aussi dit Opelius.
Exactement, c'est ça que je voulais demander, si on a un cas d'agnomen.
Oui, si on peut dire agnomen dans le cas des esclaves, parce que juridiquement, l'esclave n'avait pas d'agnomen, mais disons que c'est un pseudo-agnomen.
Un pseudo-agnomen, parce que l'expression kviet est typiquement pour un agnomen. C'est pour ça que je voulais demander.
Oui, oui, oui.
Oui, merci.
Je t'en prie.
Alors, on respecte très bien le programme. Et...
Ionuț, je pense que Sorin veut poser une question.
Oui. OK. Je t'en prie.
Et je ne sais pas si j'avais compris bien pour Lucretius cette demande. Terentius Junior, je crois qu'elle fera une carrière équestre et que nous devons parler ici de milices équestres. Pourquoi il peut être un tribunus laticlavius, par exemple?
Donc parce que
la carrière sénatoriale.
Bon, je pense, je pense que c'est plutôt un tribune équestre voir la carrière de son prédécesseur, disons. Donc, ça, c'est une raison. Et puis, voir les occurrences des tribuns de cette légion qui sont plutôt des tribuns angusticlaves que de tribuns laticlaves. Donc, tribuns laticlaves, il y a très peu mentionné. Et je pense que plus tard dans cette légion. Donc, ce sont ça les raisons. Et puis, donc, disons, une intuition de type pratique qui me font penser que c'est plutôt un tribun angusticlave que laticlave.
Merci.
Alors, est-ce qu'on a encore des questions à poser? Bah, sinon, il faut passer à la prochaine communication du collègue Claudio Fare, Società e cultura nelle città romane della Mesia inferiore.
Je pense qu'il peut passer parce que notre collègue
Oui.
est sinistré en Sardaigne. Il m'a écrit que sa connexion donc n'a pas pu être rétablie. Il me communique seulement par téléphone, donc je pense qu'il faut passer à la communication suivante.
Alors, sinon, on a un problème. We have a problem. I don't know if the colleagues from Cluj are with us in order to present their paper on Tropeum Traiani. Are you with us? Maybe they are aware they should enter online just about 12 o'clock Romanian time. And if not, maybe we can make a switch in our program and ask Professor Nemeti, can you take the floor and save us?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please do so.
Prima di tutto voglio ringraziare il direttore, professore Dinu, per il suo gentile invito, e anche i miei colleghi Lucrețiu e Jean. Sono felice di partecipare ancora una volta a una conferenza Accademia di Romania, purtroppo dalla distanza. Io presenterò un studio sulla diaspora dei Daci nell'impero romano, non solo in Italia e Roma, come ho detto prima, non perché ci sono pochi. Ho esteso un po' l'argomento verso le province occidentali. Cerco di fare share screen per vedere il PowerPoint. C'è il PowerPoint, la presentazione. È visibile? Vabbè.
Sì, si vede benissimo.
Prima e dopo la conquista romana del Regno dei Daci, al nord del Danubio, alcune persone che portavano nomi daci e nomi latini ma con determinativi come Dacus e nazione e Dacus attaccate ai loro nomi, si trovavano in vari luoghi dell'impero romano. Alcuni erano a Roma e in Italia, altri nelle province occidentali, ma la maggior parte di essi compaiono nelle iscrizioni della provincia di Illyricum, quindi Messia, Pannonia, Dalmazia e Noricum. Il presente lavoro è un'indagine sulla diaspora dei Daci, in altre parole sul destino dei civili daci arrivati in circostanze diverse nella capitale dell'impero, in Italia e in alcune province occidentali lontane. L'argomento è stato affrontato in passato a partire dallo studio di Gege Mateescu, direttore dell'Accademia nell'epoca interbellica, sui popoli di origine tracia nell'epigrafia di Roma. Passi importanti sono stati compiuti con gli articoli di Bodor Andras, i libri di I. Rusu, soprattutto quello sui Daci nell'impero romano, e il catalogo degli studi e delle iscrizioni di Constantin Petolescu. Le fonti si sono moltiplicate negli ultimi decenni attraverso nuove scoperte di diplomi militari e iscrizioni principalmente austriaca nel deserto orientale dell'Egitto romano, che hanno permesso a Dan Dana di rilanciare lo studio dei nomi daci e messiani. Una serie di articoli e il sostanziale e inevitabile onomasticon tracicum hanno portato nuova luce su questo ristretto campo di studi, cioè l'onomastico dei traci, daci e messi, e lo stock dei nomi daci è stato notevolmente ampliato. Gli ultimi interventi in quest'area appartengono a Florian Matei Popescu attraverso la sua serie di articoli sui daci dell'esercito romano, sui nomi e toponimici dacici di Messia Inferiore. Qualsiasi analisi dei daci sparsi in tutto l'impero romano deve partire dalle fonti letterarie che li attestano a Roma e nelle province. Come barbari selvaggi del nord, i daci sarebbero potuti arrivare a Roma solo dopo i conflitti militari che hanno condotto alla cattura di prigionieri. Le ricostruzioni storiche degli eventi mostrano che prigionieri di guerra e schiavi di origine dacica sono arrivati nella capitale in almeno 3 occasioni. Dopo le guerre di Marcus Licinius Crassus sul Danubio inferiore durante il primo triumvirato, i conflitti con Dapix e Roles menzionati da Cassio Dione, la spedizione del primo imperatore Augusto nell'area delle foce del Danubio, che portò a nuove relazioni con i capi barbari dei Bastarni, dei Sarmati e dei Daci menzionati nella Res Geste Vivi Augusti. Un altro momento c'è il tempo delle guerre dei Daci di Domiziano alla fine del I secolo d.C. e naturalmente il terzo, la guerra di Traiano contro i Daci all'inizio del II secolo d.C. Quindi si possono riferire a 3 momenti di conflitto, 3 testi esplicativi corrispondenti nella letteratura antica. Il primo testo, dall'opera di Cassio Dione, si riferisce ai gladiatori suevici e daci che combattevano negli anfiteatri di Roma nel 29 a.C. Per la fonte di Dione, questi daci erano una sorta di sciiti che abbiano vissuto su entrambe le rive dell'Ister. Precisa che quelli meridionali si chiamano messiani e quelli settentrionali si chiamano daci, e quest'ultimi sono infatti, dice Cassio Dione, un ramo dei Geti o Traci appartenente alla razza dei daci che un tempo abitava nei Rodopi. Il secondo testo è un epigramma di Marziale su una prostituta di Roma, Chelia, che sembrava favorire i barbari sui romani. Tra le gentes a cui appartenevano i clienti di Chelia, l'epigramma menziona anche i daci insieme ai Parti, ai Germani, ai Cilici, ai Cappadoci, agli Egizi, agli Ebrei e agli Alani Sarmati. In questo colorato catalogo di popoli, barbari del nord-est come Germani, Daci e Alani trovano il loro posto nella capitale. Ciò non può essere senza connessione con le guerre di Domiziano sul Reno e sul Basso Danubio. Il terzo è un testo di Giovanni Lido, in cui l'autore bizantino fa riferimento al bottino di guerra di Traiano, citando Critone. Oltre 500.000 uomini fortissimi insieme alle loro armi sono portati a Roma. Tralasciando le polemiche sul numero 500.000 per Lido o 50.000 secondo la correzione di Carcopino, il testo antico afferma chiaramente che i romani hanno reclutato dei soldati. Andron machimotaton suntoi soplois. Quei fittici 500.000 daci non erano dunque schiavi portati per il mercato degli schiavi di Roma, come credeva Andras Bodor, ma soldati. È anche vero che molti prigionieri barbari finirono come schiavi o gladiatori, ma questo non è ciò che dicono Critone e Giovanni Lido. I testi scritti indicano quindi 3 momenti principali dell'interazione romano-dacica: gli ultimi decenni del I secolo a.C., la fine del I secolo d.C. e i primi decenni del II secolo d.C. Potrebbe essere interessante osservare che le iscrizioni epigrafiche conservate attestano delle persone di origine dacica, seguono lo stesso schema cronologico. Per stabilirlo occorre analizzare l'intero corpus delle fonti riguardante sia i civili che i militari. Poiché il tema dei soldati daci nell'esercito romano è stato recentemente affrontato da Dan Dana in collaborazione con Florian Matei Popescu e con Radu Zăgreanu, abbiamo scelto di evidenziare la presenza di civili di origine dacica, tranne le famiglie dei soldati, cittadini e peregrini liberti o schiavi a Roma, in Italia e nelle province occidentali. Nello stato attuale della ricerca abbiamo registrato 81 iscrizioni che menzionano i Daci al di fuori della provincia di Dacia, un totale di 96 persone. Alcuni di essi sono stati identificati in base ai determinativi Dacus o nazione Dacus, altri a partire dai nomi tipici daco-messiani. Un terzo di queste iscrizioni, 22, un terzo si trova nella provincia di Messa Inferior. Cittadini come Emilius Zurosi, Aurelius Mercurius Role, Tiberius Claudius Caigesos, Valeria Naitier, Marcos Aurelio Zurasis, o peregrini come Abezeinas Torpanas, Vatou de Ispisi, Eitia Dicebali, Titi Tara, Daisy Comozoi, Dicebalos Dicedou, sono nativi di Messia Inferior. Come abbiamo osservato in precedenza, ci sono anche vari toponimi daco-messiani che finiscono in Dava nell'area come Giridava, Buteridava, Sucidava, Sacidava, Capidava, Arcidava, Perguridava e Burcodava. Molti soldati reclutati nell'esercito romano con i nomi dacici provengono da questa provincia, cioè Messia Inferior, non dalla Dacia, come del nord del Danubio, come si poteva aspettare. Probabilmente erano discendenti dei Gete che vivevano su entrambe le rive del Danubio, come mostrano anche i loro nomi, per esempio Avisina, Dechinai, Techibalo, Susurasi, Soroles. È molto probabile che i Geti, i Messi e i Daci condivisero lo stesso stocco onomastico. La nostra indagine sulla diaspora dei Daci dovrebbe quindi ignorare le persone che vivono in Messia Inferior. Sono presenti alcune iscrizioni che attestano persone di origine dacica a Roma e nelle varie province danubiane e occidentali. Questo studio è principalmente prosopografico, non onomastico, ma terremo conto anche dei timbri ceramici che attestano schiavi daci nelle officine di ceramica. Abbiamo scelto di analizzare le persone partendo dalla loro condizione sociale riflessa dall'apparato epigrafico. Purtroppo pochissime iscrizioni sono databili, quindi sarebbe difficile correlarle ai 3 momenti cronologici dell'interazione romano-dacica stabilita prima. Cittadini romani di origine dacica si trovavano anche in province lontane come Quintus Emilius Zacus da Nemausus in Gallia Narbonensis o un Iulius Cives Zacus da Valava in Britannia. I civili daci dell'isola britannica dovrebbero essere collegati all'ambiente militare, cioè alla corte prima Elia Dacorum di Bana, Bildoswald, sul Vallo di Adriano. Tuttavia, il peregrino Metus, nazione Geta, di Duro Cornovium, nel Hampshire, nel sud della Gran Bretagna, era abbastanza lontano dal luogo di guarnigione della corte dei Daci. Anche altri Daci finirono lontano dalla loro patria. Lo schiavo Fortunatus Piet Dacus, di Sitifis, Mauretania Cisariensis, e Valeria Daca, cittadina romana che trovò la sua fine a Tamusida, vicino al sito di Arfe Daciche in Mauretania Tingitana. Diverse persone di origine dacica sono attestate da iscrizioni presso Dacia nelle province limitrofe dell'Ilirico. Aurelio Massimo e Ulpio Dacio di Salona Dalmazia erano cittadini romani. Dacia, la moglie di Fermus Tribunus di Ader, aveva uno status incerto. In Pannonia erano cittadini anche Iulius Decibalus di Savaria e Iulia Sissa di Agrincum. Sul territorio di Emona, tra la Pannonia Superiore e la Regio Decima, è stato rinvenuto un monumento funerario appartenente ad un cittadino di origine dacica, Marco Lartibius Bilbalus, marito di Chesernia Severa. Nel territorio di Savaria è attestata una famiglia peregrina, Damaneus Buri con la sua moglie, Sunamis e i figli Bistosi e Blevisa, in una tabella de fictionis da Aquincum, un daco chiamato Decibalus è maledetto da un certo Oceanus. Atimacum minus in Messia Superior, un anonimo daco e il suo figlio Diopagisa furono uccisi dai stazionari, dalla polizia locale. Nella stessa provincia, a Singidunum, un veterano della quarta legione Flavia ha dedicato un monumento funerario a un peregrino daco, Duriacus Itosi Filio, un peregrino dal nome tipico dell'area messiana, Zuraxei Laulusenos, è attestato a Pisus in Tracia. Liberti e schiavi di origine dacica erano presenti nelle province di Pannonia, Dalmazia e Norico. Tra i liberti si possono menzionare Sassa, nazione daca, Liberta Luci e Titis Semproniorum, da Scaravantia e scorillo restati libertus da Agrincum, tuta daca da Salona. Un certo schiavo daco, chiamato semplicemente Dacus Coponi Luciani Servus, morì in Norico. Da Calmuntum si conosce un solo schiavo artigiano di origine dacica, un certo Peregrinus nazione Dacus Tutor Caligarius, mentre a Camen in Dalmazia c'è un'epigrafe funeraria di un gladiatore daco amabilis secutor nazione Dacus. Arriviamo a Roma. Un base in marmo dedicata 17 novembre 70 d.C., durante il regno dell'imperatore Vespasiano, menziona Lucius Avilius Dacus tra gli juniores della tribù di Suburana. Il suo cognome tradisce la sua condizione servile, probabilmente discendente di un ex schiavo della famiglia Avilia. Un cittadino si chiamava Sesto Rufio Decebalo, padre del figlio defunto Sesto Rufio Achilleo. Una donna Elia Sissa con un cognome di origine dacica, era probabilmente una cittadina sposata con un peregrino, Paulinus Exuperus. I loro figli Surus, Narcia e Telianus hanno ereditato la condizione giuridica della madre. Cittadini romani erano anche Vibia Dacia e il figlio defunto di 8 anni, Lucius Vibius Zurosis, Aptase figlio. Suo padre Aptasa era un daco peregrino sposato con Vibia Dacia. Un altro cittadino romano di origine dacica era Marco Valerio Dromochete, con il soprannome greco Talipartenos, bello come una fanciulla, che tradisce la sua precedente condizione servile. Alcuni daci con status di peregrini provenienti da Roma sono i membri della famiglia reale di Pieporus, re dei Costoboci, il re stesso, zia Tiati Filia, e i loro nipoti Natoporo e Drivisa, probabilmente una forma corrotta del nome dacico ben conosciuto Drivisa. Per quanto riguarda il modo nel quale questi membri della famiglia reale dei Costoboci sono arrivati a Roma, ci sono espresse varie opinioni, sia sono stati tratti prigionieri di Vandali a Stingi e consegnati ai Romani, l'opinione di von Premerstein e Mateescu, sia sono ostaggi reali, l'opinione di Lica. Due liberti, uno schiavo e una persona di status incerto completano il quadro degli abitanti daci della capitale. Nunia Tise Daca era probabilmente la moglie di un liberto imperiale, Aurelius Primus nazione Dacus era il liberto di un soldato, Aurelius Stato eque singularis, Diurpaneus Quieteu Prepes Sterisse Filius era lo schiavo di Publius Atilius Filetus, che fu molto colpito dalla morte del suo schiavo preferito. Bello, qualificato come Optimus Sanctissimus Pientissimus Fidelissimus. Dobbiamo notare un fatto interessante riguardante il luogo di scoperta di questa epigrafe in Vinea Moroni nell'anno 1705. Un secolo più tardi, nel 1807, nello stesso luogo, in Vinea Moroni, è stata trovata un'altra epigrafe funeraria di un daco, Marcus Ulpius Damaneus, dedicata di sua moglie Elia Iusta e la sua figlia Ulpia Procula, entrambe cittadine con nomi latini. Probabilmente un liberto o uno schiavo era Dacus Insularius. Alcuni autori credevano che quest'ultimo potesse essere un schiavo catturato durante le guerre danubiane di Augusto. Lo stesso si potrebbe dedurre sugli antenati di Lucius Avilius Dacus, già cittadino nel 70 d.C. Schiavi lavoratori nelle officine ceramiche sono considerati quei daci conosciuti dai timbri anforici di Monte Testaccio in Decebalus o dai timbri su 2 dolia di Roma, di Avisa Marti Fulvi Servus. Altri timbri anforici con nomi dacici sono rinvenuti in varie parti dell'Italia, a Torre Nova, un Decibalos in greco, in Apulia, un Dacus, in Aquileia, Daci. Pieporus, zia e i loro nipoti vissero a Roma probabilmente qualche tempo dopo la guerra marcomaniche e il liberto daco Aurelius Primus visse durante il III secolo d.C. Varie iscrizioni, laterculi dei pretoriani, diplomi militari e iscrizioni funerarie attestano una serie dei soldati che abitavano a Roma insieme a loro famiglie. La moglie di un pretoriano con nomi latini, Aurelius Domitianus, ha un cognome tipicamente dacico, Iulia Sisi. Soldati nelle guardie imperiali, pretoriani e tecniche singolari sono Aurelius Domitianus, un Drivalus originario di Durostorum, Diernaius Sina, Marcus Aurelius Decianus, Silvinius Decibali, Antonius Diurdanus, Aurelius Diurdanus e forse Marcus Aurelius Fidisa Mile. Alcuni di questi, come Marcus Aurelius Fidisa, Aurelius Diurdanus, abitavano a Roma insieme alle loro famiglie. In altre città italiane si trovano solo cittadini e liberti di origine dacica. Nella prima categoria si inseriscono Iulia Dacia di Verona, Titus Batius Decibalius di Assisium. La categoria dei liberti è rappresentata da Publio Actilio Daco di Tibur, Gaius Aulius Daco di Capua, Lucius Trebius di Cinai di Lucheria, Nonia Dacia di Nola. Dobbiamo fare una menzione anche sulle famiglie dei soldati stanziati in Italia, quello del marinaio Quintus Decimus Dacus della flotta di Ravenna o di Aurelius Licinianus e la sua moglie Daca Aurelia Mamuzzo di Mediolano. Diverse conclusioni devono essere formulate dopo questa breve rassegna del repertorio prosopografico della diaspora dacica. Nonostante il fatto che gli autori antichi parlano di numerosi schiavi presi da Traiano dalla Dacia, dopo le guerre dei Daci, poche iscrizioni menzionano i Daci civili. Bisogna ammettere che le fonti sono piuttosto scarse rispetto a quelle che attestano altri gruppi etnici come i Traci o Celti, per esempio. Anche ad eccezione del gruppo compatto di Messia Inferiore, interpretato come nativo nella loro terra ancestrale, pochi daci sono menzionati nelle iscrizioni delle province limitrofe dell'Illirico. L'analisi dello stato civile di questi daci indica la predominanza di cittadini liberti e schiavi. Al di fuori di Messia Inferiore, i peregrini daci sono scarsamente illustrati dall'epigrafia. Nel caso di alcuni cittadini di Roma, dell'Italia e delle province occidentali, la loro precedente condizione servile è trasparente. Colpisce l'assenza di professionali daci tra schiavi e liberti. Un singolo gladiatore, amabilis secutor, è il nome di uno dei quelli ludic fatuor, ludus dacicus su forma urbi, e tutto ciò c'è chi resta da quei 10.000 gladiatori che combattono per 123 giorni nel Munus de 107 dopo Cristo, del racconto di Cassio Dione. Le iscrizioni rivelano una diaspora stratificata con persone di stato civile diverso, cittadini, peregrini, liberti e schiavi, diversa posizione economica. I daci non viaggiarono lontano dalla loro patria, salvo casi speciali. Quelli da Roma e dall'Italia furono portati per lo più come schiavi, mentre quelli di Gran Bretagna e dal Nord Africa probabilmente arrivarono lì in collegamento con l'esercito. Libera iniziativa, schiavitù e reclutamento sono responsabili dell'emigrazione dei Daci e Geti della Dacia e della Messia Inferiore alla province limitrofe dell'imperio. E approfitto di questa opportunità per segnalarvi un volume che recente abbiamo pubblicato nell'ambito di un progetto finanziato da UFICDI, dell'organismo rumeno di finanziare la ricerca universitaria, un volume collettivo con questi capitoli che si possono vedere, scritti da 6 persone. Abbiamo cercato di mostrare la provincializzazione di un territorio conquistato, no? La Dacia del nord del Danubio, la provincializzazione insieme con i loro abitanti. La ringrazio.
Thank you very much as well, and congratulations for the new volume. Congratulations, and where can we buy it? Is it available somewhere?
Rispondo in italiano perché mi viene semplice.
Ok.
Allora, si distribuisce gratuitamente da me dall'editura Mega, perché è pagato dalla spesa pubblica e non possiamo vendere il volume, quindi lo distribuiamo gratuitamente.
In this case, I'll want double, 2 copies if possible. Okay, congratulations again. Questions? If any?
Anche noi Sorin, una questione, un commentario, diciamo, complimenti per la tua relazione. Ho osservato che la distribuzione cronologica è molto importante, perché ho osservato nella Dalmazia e nella Pannonia alla prima vista. Forse ci sono anche altre iscrizioni che hanno una data del primo secolo. Primo secolo, diciamo l'epoca di Vespasiano e poco dopo. L'iscrizione funeraria comincia senza dismanibus, che hanno la formula dell'anni del defunto o della defunta al genitivo anorum, e poi la formula hixitus est, e tutti questi elementi convergono per una datazione del primo secolo. Cioè significa che sono anche daci che sono venuti nelle queste province avanti la conquista, e forse la loro origine è non diciamo di Dacia, ma della provincia mesiane. Che penso su?
No, sono d'accordo con te. Io ho visto questa grande quantità di nomi che noi diciamo che sono i nomi dacici, ma quali provengono dal Danubio, delle province del Danubio, quelli di flotta, che sono arruolati nella flotta probabilmente di Ravenna. Altre persone, no? Credo che per questo ho fatto anche quel raccogliamento di testi letterari, per mostrare che ci sono relazioni con questo mondo dacico, getico, anche prima della conquista. Certo che ci sono anche moltissime iscrizioni che sono dal III secolo, ma non possiamo dire di più.
Sì, anche nelle diplome militari del secondo secolo ci sono daci che potrebbe avere loro origine di Mesia e non di Dacia. C'è menzionato nel studio di Dan, Dana e Florian pubblicato. Scusi, no, gli soldati daci dei diplomi militari del secondo secolo, anche loro potrebbe avere loro origine di Mesia inferior e non di Dacia, perché l'analisi di Dan Dana e di Florian più di 10 anni fa ha mostrato che infatti è possibile che i reclutamenti sono fatti in Mesia e non in Dacia, poco dopo le guerre daciche.
Io sono d'accordo con te, totalmente sono d'accordo. Ma quando cerchiamo queste persone, diciamo, di origine dacica e messica, osservando i nomi, credo che non possiamo stabilire da quale parte di questo spazio comune vengono. Ma possiamo dire che sono di Dacia quelli che dicono nazione Dacus, Dacus, non quelli che si chiamano Daci o diversi nomi derivati dal Dacus, no? Dacia, Dacisca, Daciscus. Poi per quelli con nomi tipicamente, anche nomi storici dacici, no? Come Dromihete, Urpaneus, Decebalus, Dicinai, c'è uno che l'aveva. No, per questi credo loro può essere originari anche dalla Mesia, che della Dacia, ma non possiamo al nostro livello di oggi di conoscenza dei nomi dacici e della distribuzione di questi nomi non possiamo dire di più, credo. Io voglio continuare questa indagine con la popolazione originaria di Dacia, quelli che sono nati in Dacia, non solo daci, anche i provinciali di Dacia che sono partiti dalla loro casa, sono partiti a Roma, in Italia e in altre province occidentali dell'impero, per vedere la dinamica della popolazione, non solo indovinare la loro origine etnica o individuarli secondo la origine etnica.
So, any other questions or remarks? If not, let me observe that we are right in time, a little bit even better than the Japanese trains. And let's ask our colleague Mihai Munteanu from Cluj, from the Technical University in Cluj, to present a paper with Mircea Năsui and Anca Cezarina Fulger, Determination of Organic Compounds in the Archaeological Context at Tropeum Traiani using Mass Spectrometry.
Thank you very much, Professor. As you said, I'm Mihai Munteanu. I do work at the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca. And just before, talking about our topic, I would like to say some words in Italian. You do see my screen with the presentation? It is visible?
Yes, now it's okay.
So you do see the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, sure.
Ok. Carissimi colleghi, porgiamo i nostri più sentiti saluti a tutti partecipanti, ringraziando vivamente a tutte le istituzioni coinvolte. Vogliamo ringraziare al direttore dell'Accademia, il professore Rudolf Dinu, al professore Lucrețiu Bârliba dall'Università di Iași e al professore Ioan Priș della Facoltà di Storia di Bucarest per averci fatto invitare a un simile evento. Poi, per noi è un grande onore e perciò vi ringraziamo. Poi vorrei chiedere scusa per il mio ritardo, ma questo ritardo è causato dal fatto che ho tanti corsi presso l'università giovedì mattina. E alla fine in italiano vorrei dire una cosa. A causa dei termini tecnici che non sapevo tradurre esattamente in italiano, vi prego di accettare che questa presentazione sia fornita in inglese. So we would like to present you our work, and the title of our work is, as you see on the presentation, Determination of Organic Compounds in the Archaeological Context Using Mass Spectrometry, a work that was performed by our team, a team which includes Professor Mircea Năsui, myself, and from Roma, Anca Cezarina Fulger. A work that was performed in situ at Tropeum Traiani, and that at the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca, where we do have a laboratory of archaeometry and where we do perform engineering investigation in history. Because our work started at Tropeum Traiani, where we have done the measurements, first of all, we would like to express our gratitude to the one who was Professor Alexandru Barnea, the director of the archaeological site of Tropeum Traiani, the one who supported and facilitated our scientific demarche. Then we resume and we come back to our topic. Throughout history, especially after the Renaissance, in the world of historians and the arts, the idea that ancient statues and monuments were white was widely accepted. In this regard, of the beauty of the immaculate white of the statues, the famous German art historian and archaeologist Johann Joachim Winckelmann, ignoring the archaeological vestiges discovered at Pompeii, would have stated about an ancient sculpture which bore traces of color that is too primitive to belong to the Roman period. However, the technological development of the last decades has strongly shaken this classical opinion, whose exponent was Winckelmann, that has governed the classical arts for hundreds of years. Thus, the use of techniques such as Raman spectroscopy, then Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, the ultraviolet absorption spectroscopy, or the scanning electron microscope has shown that many ancient monuments have preserved color pigments, which undoubtedly reveal that those monuments were painted in antiquity. Since the preoccupation in this field are very advanced in other countries and at European level, involving consortia formed by several institutions, and as an example, I can say about the NI Carlsberg Glyptotek, the Copenhagen Polychromy Network, our research aims to bring this topic to the attention of the Romanian scientific community by investigating the existence of color pigments on the Tropeum Traiani metops, the Roman monuments from Adam Plessis built by the Emperor Traianus. The use of the Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy method in analyzing historical artifacts for highlighting organic matter is a technique that was already used by our research team. And I have to say at this point that in our university we have a symposium on archaeometry, a symposium that was held for the first time in 2017 and for the second time in 2019. The third edition will be next year in 2021. So we are inviting you and we are expecting you to come in our university for this scientific event. During the first conference back in 2017, we had presented our first work concerning this kind of analysis, and then we have presented also this research that we are now discussing. We did present this second research at the second conference of archaeometry. So, during on-site investigations performed in the late spring of 2017, samples from different parts of the Tropeum Traiani monument were collected and subjected to a Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. Following the analysis of the collected samples, the following charts were obtained. One moment, please. So, following the analysis of the collected samples, the following charts were obtained. Due to the fact that every molecule absorbs a certain amount of energy, molecules vibrate at certain wave numbers, generating maximums. And namely, these maximums can provide information on the presence of organic groupings within the analyzed samples due to the paint pigment. And it is well known that paint was produced in antiquity only from organic matter. Therefore, within the range of 1,000 and 1,200 centimeters at -1, so we are talking about this interval, I resume, within the range of 1,000 and 1,200 centimeters at -1 wave numbers, at the values at 1,050 and 1,125 centimeters at -1, so we are talking about this small interval, one can observe vibration modes corresponding to possible organic compounds within which could be color pigments. And you know, this region are highlighted here in figure 2 by these two small arrows. Likewise, the presence of vibration maximums is noted at 1090, 890, 720, and 620 centimeters at -1. These values could be attributed to the vibration pattern of the calcium carbonate, which is represented here by the blue color, the graphic with the blue color, which represents, in fact, the calcium carbonate, the main substance of the monument. I mean, the stone it was built of. The starting point of this discrimination process is the analysis of a pure calcium carbonate sample taken as a reference. After analyzing the sample, the blue spectra from figure 2, this one, so the blue spectra from figure 2 was obtained. This way, it appeared clear that the vibration maximums for the calcium carbonate molecules overlap with the main maximums of the analyzed samples, and in consequence, the possibility of the presence of organic pigments can be excluded in the case of these samples. And we are talking about these maximums. Here, the second here, the second and the third here, and also the fourth here. So for these peaks, the possibility of the presence of organic pigments can be excluded for the analyzed samples. However, for the wave number values of 1050 and 1125 centimeters at -1, so for these two small regions, there are no vibrations maximums for the calcium carbonate reference, but there are detected maximums for the samples that we name Dacian 1, Lorica Trophy, Trumpetier, Boer, Pedestal Trophy, and Lorica Lateral. Therefore, in this article, we do not only intend to highlight the existence of pigments, which we have already achieved in this previous research, but we aim to identify the pigment color as it was on the monument in antiquity. Now we have to discuss something about the experimental method. The mass spectrometry is considered to be one of the most appropriate experimental techniques for the analysis and the characterization of molecular composition in the field of material science and cultural heritage. Compared with other techniques, mass spectrometry is the only technique for molecular weight determination through which one can predict the molecular formula. It is based on the conversion of the sample into ionized state, with or without fragmentation, which are then identified by their mass to charge ratio. The mass spectrometry provides rich elemental information, which is an important asset to interpret complex mixture components. Thus, it is an important tool for structure elucidation of unknown compounds. The mass spectrometry also helps in quantitative elemental analysis, that is, the intensity of a mass spectra signal is directly proportional to the percentage of corresponding element. Combining the thermal analysis with the gas techniques significantly enhances the possibilities for correctly interpreting the mechanism of thermally induced reactions, which involve the formation of gaseous species. The thermal analysis coupled with the gas analyzers, the thermogravimetry analysis, has become very popular as it can be used to carry out further analysis of the evolved gases during the thermal decomposition process, which in turn facilitates the estimation of the sample structure and composition. So until now, talking about these two graphics, we have identified possible presence of color pigments. Now we have to identify precisely the color that it was on the monument. So in the next slide, we'll discuss the results that we have obtained throughout all this analysis. So here we present the analysis of a sample recovered from the surface of the artifact, of the monument. The thermal decomposition of the sample was investigated in air. It is to be noticed that the interpretation of these results is rather difficult due to the fact that the analyses are performed under dynamic temperature conditions, and therefore the system is not at thermodynamic equilibrium. and as a result, several decomposition reactions can take place at the same time. Corroborating the thermogravimetry analysis and the mass spectrometry results, mainly two active temperature regions can be distinguished, and we are talking about this curve. In the first region, from 23 degrees Celsius to about 150 degrees Celsius, the thermogravimetry curve highlights a weight loss of 10%. The mass spectrometry spectra reveals that in this temperature range, the evolved gas contains mainly water. And this is highlighted in the figure by the red curve here in the upper part of the figure. So I resume. This is highlighted in the figure by the red curve, corresponding to a mass to charge of the ions ratio equal to 18. So this ratio, we are talking about the mass charge of the ions ratio is equal to 18. And this corresponds to mainly to the water. In the second region, from 150 degrees Celsius to 550 degrees Celsius, the thermogravimetry curve is associated with a partial loss, with the partial mass loss of 70%. It is evident that the main weight loss is due to the simultaneously evolvement of the mass charge of the ions ratios corresponding to carbon dioxide and organic compounds. If the mass charge of the ions ratio equal to 44, so we are talking about this graphic, correspond to the evolvement of the carbon dioxide at the combustion of the organic moisture, the other two ratios, so we are talking about this one, the other two ratios, those equal to 84 and 90, so the green curve and this one. So these two curves are linked to the organic compounds, namely the color pigments. Thus, comparing these values, I mean the value of 84 and the value of 90, so comparing these two values of the two mass charge of the ions ratios with the information provided by a scientific database in our right side of the presentation. And we have to look here in figure 4 at this two small peaks between 50 and 100. So we have to look at these two small peaks. So comparing these values obtained with the information provided by a scientific database, the above fragments, the analyzed fragments, can be associated with the peaks corresponding to the red pigment. So, as conclusions, from this work, one can conclude that mass spectrometry is a good elemental technique to identify and to distinguish different kinds of pigments compound. It was demonstrated that mass spectrometry can well be used for identification of pigments in paint samples from historical objects. The mass spectrometry can be very useful when attempting to discern the identity of an unknown compound when used in conjunction with other identification techniques, such as carbon and proton nuclear magnetic resonance or infrared spectroscopy. Our work revealed the presence of some red pigments in the analyzed artifact. Identification of pigments in paint samples taken from artifacts is often complicated by the presence of the mixture of organic compounds. This study represents only a first stage of a more complex approach, which aims at the global study of the methods from Tropeum Traiani. We also aim to create emulation around this topic in order to expand the research on monuments from all other historical sites in Romania. And I would like to thank you very much. Grazie.
We thank you very much, Mr. Munteanu. We thank you very much for the very interesting paper you presented. Let me ask you something from the very beginning, since I'm now specialist. I won't interfere with your analysis and with the scientific methods you used. But you took samples just from the metopes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We were allowed to take few samples just to see if our analysis would provide good results.
And for the future, you are trying to extend the sampling to other
yes.
components of the triumphal monument?
If we will get permission to make analysis, for sure. But
Okay.
first of all, we have to obtain this permission to be everything. You know, we have protocols between our university and other university or institutes or museums. So first of all, we have to have the legal, you know, base to make the analysis. And as we have the legal base and we get the permission, we can start doing our measurements.
Because I guess it would be very interesting to see if the tropeum, the trophy itself, was also painted.
Yes, for sure it is a very interesting work which would involve a lot of time, and but we would like to start such a work on tropeum, and then why not on other monuments in Romania, in our country.
Okay, that's a good start. I wish you good luck.
The most important thing is to have you know, the permission and to have the legal base to start all these investigations and measurements.
Okay. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions, remarks? Nobody. Silence, a deep silence. Okay, then thank you very much again, Mr. Munteanu, for the paper you presented. And if Mr. Fare cannot be with us for the moment.
Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure and honor for us to participate at this conference. And I would like to excuse my English language with you know, all these events. As I didn't speak English for a long time, I've started to have a little bit of problems, but I will improve for sure. Thank you very much.
Okay, we thank you very much. Professor Bolyai, do you have news from our colleague Claudio Fare? No.
In fact, yes, he is not. He is not able to connect, and he will not have his conference today. He is deeply sorry, but these are the conditions.
So if not, there won't be any other possibility left but to give the floor to myself for the last paper of the morning session. Let me see how to open the presentation, the PowerPoint. Share screen, yes. Okay. Share screen, share. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So, in fact, my paper, which is okay. My paper is entitled Lower Danube Limes in Early Roman Times, Reassessing the Archaeological Evidence. In fact, it's what I named 3.0 version. Since I was concerned with this topic more than 10 years ago in 2006 on the occasion of another conference organized by our colleague and friend Ovidiu Țentea in Bucarest, Dacia Augusti Provincia. And then again in 2017, when we celebrated 1,900 years from the death of Trajan. A paper and a volume in honor of Divus Traianus. So I'm retackling again the subject, and as you will see, there are several new issues that can be observed, can be brought to public. First of all, let me tell you something. From the literary point of view, from the historical point of view, there is a week, and this week was lit by a decree from Dionysopolis, which was honoring a strategos of the Thracian king, and the inscription is dated between about 12 BC, 12 AD, and the name of this strategos, who was placed precisely in Axiopolis, is Mocaporis. It's very interesting to remark that he was also linked to Daotike, but this is another issue, Axiopolis. So in this respect, we already know about the very early Roman times of the lower Danube, that we have several strategiae that were placed in Tresmis, for instance, another one in Aegissus, and they are for sure when we corroborate the information from the literary sources. And now the third one, which is proved epigraphically in Axiopolis. Maybe there are more than that, and this is valid for the period when the Romans controlled the left shore of the Black Sea, and also the Mysian province, as well as the Ripa Trachea, but which territory was belonging to the Odrysian kingdom. There are several articles in the last 5 years, starting from the article of Sharankov, who published this inscription coming from the temple of the great mother of gods in Dionysopolis, a beautiful inscription, a beautiful temple as well. And then two brilliant contributions of Florian Matei Popescu, I'm sorry, 2017 and 2018. They are available on Accademia online on the steps that were taken in early first century after the year 46, when the Odrysian kingdom was practically stopped, and Thracia organized as a province, as well as the transfer of territory, left territory to the province of Mysia. I won't insist on this rather literary and very scarce epigraphic data, because Florian did it very well, and everybody can read it already in Accademia. It's a brilliant demonstration and a very complicated, thorough approach. I will try to focus on the archaeological evidence, and the archaeological evidence is a little bit later than the first century. That means the archaeological evidence, the solid proof on the Roman frontier of the Mysia province, and then Mysia Inferior, is dating from the time of Trajan, and it has much to do with the Bellum Dacicum Traiani, and it has much to do with the first expedition, with Expeditio Prima, and with the second expedition as well. It's just in Trajan's time when we get enough archaeological evidence about these problems. Another slide with the position of our province. And let me remind you something else. Let me remind you that new data have been gathered on the occasion of a very important program, the Limes program, a program that is in progress, under construction, and which has as goal the enlisting of the Limes, both the Limes, the Lower Danube Limes, with our Bulgarian, Serbian, and Croatian colleagues, and as well as the Limes Dacie for the World Heritage List. It's a very complicated program, since, as you already noticed, it's about 1,500 kilometers long Limes for the land Limes of Dacia, and another 423 kilometers for the Danube section. From this Danube section, Romanian Danube section, 370 kilometers belong to the final section from Durostorum to Dunavățu de Jos site. So we were supposed to take new field walks, new aerial photographs, to enter again the archives in order to prepare the best possible information for this World Heritage List program. And the Forschungsstand is the following. I'll start with a very interesting inscription in Sexaginta Prista, which in fact means in translation 60 boats or 60 priste, maybe enough boats for landing over the Danube an entire legion. And this inscription, this half of Bau Inschrift, is dated 100-101. On the starting point of the Bellum Dacicum Traiani, when Manius Laberius Maximus was in fact the governor of Mysia Inferior. His name was later on erased from the inscription, because, as you know, in the end of Trajan's reign and the beginning of Hadrian's, he was implied in a kind of plot with other important people, and he was sent to an island. It was a relegatio, and we do not know anything else about him. But he was in the early times of Trajan. He was a very, very important person. He was not just the governor of Mysia Inferior, but he was the leader of the armies that were sent on the left bank of the Danube in this time. So this is an inscription in a kind of, let's say, mixed civilian and military milieu in Sexaginta Prista, because it was offered by the cives Romani consistentes, by the Roman citizens who definitely must have been organized in a kind of a conventus. Another inscription a little bit later than this one is a famous inscription that was published in 1915 by Vasile Pârvan, is the inscription in Carsium, another very important strategic point at the junction of the Danube with the Ialomița River. It was very important because the Ialomița led both troops and economic convoys to the Carpathians and from there on to Transylvania. So here in Carsium we have a reconstruction a fundamentis after we already had information about troops garrisoned here in times of Vespasian. Reconstruction a fundamentis in Trajan's time under the governor Quintus Fabius Postuminus, who is attested for 103. The inscription is now lost, but nevertheless we have a beautiful photograph from the inside of the local museum, and the inscription next to the statue of Trajan. The photograph is coming from the Einsiedel monastery in the Schweiz, from the collection of the Netzhammer bishop. So this is Carsium, and next to Carsium, a little bit north of Carsium, there is something very interesting, and we do not have much information about this statue. In 1975, north of Carsium was reported this statue, and it was definitely Licinius Sura, the good friend and general of Trajan. It was our colleague Zaharia Kovachev who published this beautiful marble statue, and it must have been placed somewhere in a kind of monumental milieu in the nearby Carsium. But what has to do Licinius Sura with Mysia Inferior? More likely, it has to be the second part of the war, of the Dacian War, maybe after 103, 104, up to 106. This is very important. 103, the year 103, as we have already discussed a little bit earlier with Professor Berliba. Maybe this is the very moment when Trajan decides to establish and to fortify, let's say methodically fortify the lower Danube limes. And this is not all. In Rasova, in Flaviana, which is a little bit south from Axiopolis, was discovered several years ago a fragmentary milestone. And this milestone that was erected by the cohors Quarta Gallorum under the same Legatus Augusti Pro Praetore Mysiae Inferioris, I mean Quintus Fabius Postuminus, that means the same year 103, attested the Via Militaris, the Limes Road. It is the earliest known epigraph for the Via Militaris. 2 weeks ago, I was taking a field walk in Rasova at the top of the hill, and I also found a new stamp for the classes. So maybe things are getting more complicated. It's not just the cohortes or the ale or the legion, the Quinta Macedonica, but also the fleet detachments that are implied in this very complicated process. And we have reasons to believe that classis Flavia Musica, this is the stamp, class FM, the type was tested until now just in Oviodunum and Aliobrix, now in Rasova as well. And it belongs to a series of stamps. You see at the top of the image, the more complicated stamps with classes FM, Flavia Musica, which are in fact early stamps of the classes. And in my opinion, they have much to do with this very period of Trajan. The early stamps, classis Flavia Musica, are found in Noviodunum on the right bank of the Danube, and again a symmetrical fort in Aliobrix, now in Ukraine, on the left bank of the river. A beautiful plan, a beautiful map of our colleagues from Aix-Marseille that shows the geographical details of that time, with a very, very broad Danube, and a Danube with a lot of tributaries and with a lot of marshes, a little bit different than the maps we are used to in nowadays. So coming back to Rasova, in Rasova we have this kind of geographical distribution again, with a lot of lakes in the early 1900 years, lakes that were communicating for sure with the Danube, and it's a kind of lagunary geography. And in this very spot on the shore of Balta Baciu, there was excavated in the 1980s a horeum. Maybe it's a horeum linked to the classes, because the stamp of the classes I found at the top of the hill next to the horeum. You can see the horeum, the granary, the strategic granary, with a road segment. It was 6 meter wide segment of a road linking to the horeum to the Via Militaris, and maybe also to a kind of fleet base in this area. From this hill, a vol d'oiseau to Sakidava to Musait, you have no more than 4 kilometers. So maybe they had a good visibility from one side to the other. We must be very, very attentive to the geography as well, because this is the place where I think Trajan landed with his troops. in order to get to Adam Clisi, in order to get to the battlefield, and you will see that from here you have a direct relationship to Adam Clisi from Rasova throughout Hatzeg and then to Adam Clisi. It's no more than 23 kilometers. That means 1 day's march for the troops. Here you have something else. Next to the granary, you have another Bauinschrift. We had the Bauinschrift from 103. Now you have another Bauinschrift dated 105, 106, I guess, but the governor, it's another governor, Lucius Fabius Justus, and he was governor until 107, 108. That means a few years after the war, and then he was sent to Syria, so that we can understand the importance of both provinces, Mysia Inferior and Syria as well. A beautiful Bauinschrift that was found on the same occasion in the 1980s on some preventive excavations performed, but never thoroughly published. Nevertheless, we must understand that we have a kind of a port. We have a kind of a strategic granary, and we have a road from Rasova throughout Hatzeg to Adam Clisi, and this is from the very beginning. Let's get to Capidava. Capidava, it's a small fort which, according to our last archaeological evidence, was built in the early 2nd century. Although we have several finds that might indicate an even earlier date, nevertheless, we do not know anything about, let's say, a pre-Trajanic time for the moment. It's in the air, but we cannot really bring solid proof to that. We can see the river fort and the castellum that was built in the early 2nd century. And for Capidava, we have enough solid evidence for dating the early Roman phase. You can see reconstruction, a hypothetical reconstruction of the castellum, as well as the earliest brick stamps and the earliest inscriptions attesting the military units. That means cohors prima ubiorum, that left with the Trajan's war to Dacia, and then cohors prima Germanorum. What we want to say that the last excavations, mainly the excavations in 2015, led to the discovery to the better knowledge of this very early first phase gate tower of Capidava, which can be dated maybe in Trajan's time. One can see also the threshold of the gate and also a tubulus for the water, as well as the analogies for this kind of military details. And also very early stamps, that means from the first decade of the 2nd century, the Legio Undecima Claudia Pia Fidelis stamps with this kind of drawing, CPF, undecima Claudia Pia Fidelis, that were found in the earliest sewer of the terme, of the balneum in Capidava. There is a second phase that was rebuilt and reorganized in early 3rd century, but we are focused now on this first building of the balneum, which can be dated in this decade and has to do, of course, with Bellum Dacicum Traiani. One can see this stem type with Legio Undecima Claudia Pia Fidelis in tabula ansata. And this stem type is not just at Capidava. This stem type can be seen in Mysia Inferior from Euscus in Nove, in Sexaginta Prista again, in Durostorum for sure, in Capidava, but also on the left side of the Danube with the army in expedition against the Cebalus. They were found in Romula, in Bulidava, as well as in the other fortifications in Voinești, Șor, Drajna de Sus, and Pietroasele. And lately, we can add another such stamp. It's still unpublished, but nevertheless important because it comes from Dinogetia. So we have the whole flank of Mysia Inferior participating to the war effort. And that is again not every piece of information that we have for the time being. We have to add also the beautiful inscription that was offered to Hercules in Halmiris, and which can be dated also in this interval, in this first decade of the 2nd century AD. So coming back to Capidava, a lot of interesting information coming from the southern part of the fortification, inside of what is known in the late Roman times as late Roman Principia. Under this late Roman Principia, we have discovered in the recent excavations, we have discovered traces, foundations of walls of what we believe it would have been military barracks, contubernia, with a lot of material, with a lot of amphoric material, and with a lot of very, very early terra sigillata. So maybe this again has to do with this very early phase of Capidava. The harbor at Capidava, which has been excavated in the 90s and then again finished in 2015, and a lot of things in the necropolis as well, but these are a little bit later than the beginning of the 2nd century. After Capidava, we have to add something, and this is also Capidava in the right image, a piece that was a little bit obscured. It was found in Capidava by Grigore Florescu, and because it depicted a tropeum, it was taken to Tropeum Traiani in order to be exposed in the local museum. A tropeum and a young man with a kind of a Parthian bonnet. Maybe it has to do not exactly to the Bellum Dacicum Traiani, but to something that happened a little bit later, Nevertheless, we have to observe that this belonged to a kind of monumental building. It's marble, it's a beautiful piece, and it's, again, very, very early. Another military episode linked to Trajan. As for the image on the left, it belongs to a Lorica Greca from a huge supranatural statue of Trajan, a bronze statue that has been found in Nigriñanis. Nigriñanis is Malak Preslavets. The later Roman name is Candidiana, but for the moment it was Nigriñanis, and Nigriñanis, Nigrinus is a personage linked to Domitian, to Trajan, and to this period that I'm actually tackling here. And it is just a piece of the Koiras, and it is held in the National Museum in Sofia for the time being. One must expect another monumental place where it has been exposed. One should remark the military milieu along the Danube, as well as the, let's say, civilian milieu inside the province and on the Black Sea shore as well. Here you have the coinage, the Greek imperial coinage linked to the Tropeum Traiani with the year 109 when the Tropeum was actually built, and several interventions dating also from Trajan's time, if not Hadrian, linked to the early Roman precinct wall of Histria, to another precinct wall and another centuriatio in Calatis as well, and in Tomis as well, with a lot of other, let's say, civilian inscriptions, monumental inscription. Here is an inscription, of course, published from Tomis, mentioning the same governor as the one in Carsium or in Rasova, Quintus Fabius Postuminus, but this time in a kind of a monumental building, honoring again the emperor, the Trajan, the same year 103. Another fragment, architrave from Tomis, one can read Divi Nerve Filius. It's again from Trajan's time, as well as late inscriptions. The latest inscriptions are coming from the same civilian milieu in Tomis, but one should remark nevertheless the quality of the stones, which were inscribed both in Greek and Latin, from this Murena Pompeius Falco, late governor, who is also known from military inscriptions in Durostorum, one very old inscription now lost from the Papahagi collection in Durostorum, published by E. Rusu. And then another one published also practically in the same time from Tiras, mentioning the same Falco. One can read Falco in the first preserved line. And these are completing somehow the early phase of Trajanic inscription. So we have the early part of Trajan's reign in along the limes, of course, linked to the war efforts, and then again, let's say, a more relaxed and more peaceful and flourishing period in the late phase of Trajan, and this has much to do with the Greek cities this time. So this is the Forschungsstand, and I'm sure that in 10 years' time we'll be able to bring even more information than this, okay. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ionuț. Professor Rudolf Dinu kindly asked me to shortly moderate this part of our conference. So I invite the guests to ask questions or to express their opinions, suggestions, commentaries, please. If there are no any,
I'd like to add something else. This is the, let's say, the Trajanic evidence, but there is very interesting evidence gathered in the last decades, coming from the opposite side of the province, from the littoral side. And mainly from Ibida, from the place that you are undertaking excavations, and from the whole area. A very important veteran milieu with a lot of strong communities, yeah, the Cives Romani Consistentes. And that is, one should see in connection both limits of the province. That means Danube one and the littoral.
Yes, in fact, I wanted to express my gratitude to your presentation, because this both archaeological and epigraphic presentation highlights, in fact, not only the research stage in the moment, but indicates also some new investigations directions. Some of them has been already made, but it is important to see not only the let's say the camps, but also the civilian establishments alongside this these camps, and as you mentioned, the rural milieu in the hinterland of this military settlements. So some steps has been already made, but in let's say more epigraphic direction, not in an archaeological one. One should expect this archaeological way to be enlarged, and of course there are some beautiful results which may be expected.
But you'll never know, as I already mentioned 2 weeks ago, I found that beautiful brick stamp of the classes. So we'll have surprises. I'm sure of that.
Yes, yes. It is a pity that more detailed archaeological investigation cannot be made in the moment in the countryside of Lower Moesia, both in Romania and Bulgarian territory. this should be spectacular, I expect.
But nevertheless, I should stress that this occasion of enlisting the Lower Danube Limes with the World Heritage List, it's very good for both countries, for both Romania and Bulgaria, in order to gather in a systematic way all the information available. So I'm sure that at the end of this huge work, we'll have a deeper perspective on the Limes.
Yes, yes. I see that among the participants there is also some Bulgarian colleagues. I remarked Ivo Topalilov.
Ivo, yes.
I send greetings to Ivo, and I am sure that they agree.
Yeah, sure. Hi, Lucrezio.
Hi, Ivo.
Hello, Ivo.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the common study of the archaeological remains and the epigraphy, which is the way to do with this kind of problem, with this kind of issue, especially for the Lower Danube Limes in late first, beginning of 2nd century. I do hope, I'm not in the Limes committee for Bulgaria, but I do hope they'll do a great job. They also walk around the Danube. They also mark new sites, see the results of the excavation, see the remains, the state of remains. So I think it will be great. As for the for the excavation in the interior, as a matter of fact, we've been quite busy this year. So there are a couple of volumes that will come out by the end of the year with very short remarks, and there will be some indeed how to say surprises. Let's say that. There will be some surprises, but yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. As far as I got the idea, you believe that in 103 Trajan decided to fortify the limits according to the model, according to the methodological, correctly methodological model. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Is that correct? The idea of what you presented is that 1.103 is the year of which probably Trajan, probably the Lower Danubian Limes was 45 in a model.
It's what we have for the moment.
Yeah, this is what I saw. Yeah.
It's what we have for the moment, and it makes sense. It's maybe after the surprise with the Dacian attack in the winter of 101-102. There was the comeback, and then in the ceasefire time, he started the thorough militarization of the Limes. The full
militarization,
systematic distribution of the fortifications and troops.
Okay, yeah, because you know probably that I'm working in Rațiaria, and we have in Rațiaria and almost we have actually some sites, settlements that have been destroyed by another Dacian incursion into the Roman Empire, which is a bit earlier, which is in the Domitian time. Both of them near Rațiaria and in Almus have been burned, and the results point to this, not Trajan one, but a bit earlier.
Very interesting.
It could be related with the Domitian campaign towards Dacia. So in this way of the Roman troops to Dacia.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, most probably.
Yes, we hope that Ratiaria will be also included among this UNESCO heritage site, because it is very important, and I know that you and your colleagues are doing a great job there, and despite the difficulties.
We are doing our best. We will see what the other generations will tell about.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
So if there are no other questions, thanks a lot, Ionuț, for your presentation. It was the last presentation of this part of the day, of this morning conference. So we'll take a break until 3:30, the Romanian hour, to 2:30, the Italian hour, and we'll meet again, so in about 2 hours and a bit. Thank you very much once again for your participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Thank you, everybody.
Rudolf, for being host of this conference, and we'll see each other soon. Thank you.
Grazie professor Borliba, grazie a tutti i relatori e visto che i due moderatori hanno già concordato di riprendere i lavori alle 14:30, 15:30 ora romena, 14:30 ora italiana, ci rivediamo tutti per la seconda parte della giornata. Grazie e buon pranzo.
Grazie.
Grazie.
Hello.
Ciao Antonio.
Salut, salut.
Bună ziua. Mă aude cineva?
Sigur.
Da, da.
Așa, nu, că am pus căștile pentru prima dată ca să aud mai bine, că sună prost. Ia uite cine e acolo.
Cine e Tudor acolo?
Noi e Petru.
Petru.
Ia, stai așa, Petru, să iau cana asta. Vino și tu lângă mine.
Teroristul meu e de-abia a fost pus la somn.
Ciao.
Salut, salut Petru. Ciao, ciao, ciao Antonio. Come stai?
Ah, guarda, appena finito di fare lezione, adesso sto cercando di arrangiare gli esami, un macello. Bene, bene comunque, sono contento di vedervi.
Anche noi.
Come faremo? Però mi dovete spiegare come farò a condividere con voi il PowerPoint.
Antonio, il faut vedere giù share screen e poi
ho capito. Sì, perfetto.
Ma
perfetto.
avanti di dare share screen deve avere il PowerPoint aperto.
Certo, ho capito.
Quando il PowerPoint è aperto possa essere distribuito.
Certo, no, perfetto. No, scusami, io, Lucrezio, normalement j'utilise une autre méthode pour faire les leçons à la distance. Et donc, c'est presque la même chose, pas de problème.
Ok.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno cari colleghi, visto che il video parte in automatico per il Facebook, invito il professor Bolyai, preside della Facoltà di Storia dell'Università Alexandru Ioan Cuza di Iași, di dare inizio ai lavori della seconda sessione, prima giornata del nostro convegno, come moderatore. In realtà, come nella sessione mattutina, si alternano i due nostri colleghi, il professor Bolyai e il professor Ioan Carlo Priș. Buongiorno a tutti, buongiorno al professor Iba che è raggiunto e buon proseguimento dei lavori.
Grazie Rudy. Adesso cominciamo la seconda parte del nostro convegno con la relazione dei nostri colleghi Valentin Botez e Tiberiu Poterniche. New information concerning the cult of Mithras in Tomis. So please proceed, Vali.
Thank you. Let me just share screen. Okay. So, does anybody see and hear me?
Yes, it's okay. We can hear you and we can see the PowerPoint.
So, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. This is an excellent opportunity. Thank you, and always a pleasure. I have been working for a long time on the cult of Mithras in Muzeum Inferior, and each time, from every several years, there's new information and very interesting information. I would start by putting into context our discussion, but part of this has already been discussed in previous presentations. So just a few ideas concerning the context in which this cult evolved. After the Roman conquest of of the area along the Danube became the new frontier, right? And focused much of the Roman authorities' attention. Built on or near previous barbarian fortresses, such as is the case at Capitava, Axiopolis, Rostorum, or raised on previously unoccupied land, the new Roman fortifications slowly developed civilian dwellings, which eventually led to the development of settlements. But the earliest town attested is Roman town, is Euscus, during the time of Trajan, followed by the new foundations of Nicopolis ad Istrum and Marcianopolis, and the promotion of several settlements to the rank of municipium during the reign of the next emperors. Therefore, during the 1st century AD, the only towns in the area continued to be the Greek colonies on the Black Sea shore, you know, the archaic colonies, usually Milesian, but also Megarian, the case of Caratis. Another important characteristic is that most of the new settlements, excluding Nicolopolis ad Istrum and Marcianopolis, were developed around military centers and were therefore mostly inhabited by people in connection with official business. This is very significant in the analysis of the cult of Mithras in this province and anywhere. A cult which started to develop at the end of the 1st century AD. As far as the temples of Mithras are concerned, the Mitrea, only 2 temples have been identified. One is located near the camp of the Legio Prima Italica at Nove. It's a spectacular situation. It was destroyed during the 3rd century and was replaced by a temple dedicated to Sol Augustus. So there's a connection with the imperial cult that I have discussed in other articles. It is very significant in this case that part of the templeware, a Mithraic relief, cosmic egg, and several smaller items were preserved in the new temple. So actually behind the altar to the right, in between the altar to the right and the wall, there was a Mithraic relief that was just, you know, hidden there. What is the other Mithraeum is at Creta and was partially blown in Bulgaria and was partially blown up at the moment of discovery because it was a stone quarry. What is spectacular about this Mithraeum is the fact that it was set in a natural cave, which provided a highly symbolic impact for the ceremonies. As we know, the Mithraic killing of the bull takes place in a cave. The entrance was actually architecturally enhanced by adding a small chamber. Apart from these 2, there are only concentrations of Mithraic monuments which could signal the presence of a temple. Thus, at Mircea Vodă, there are 5 reliefs of various sizes that were discovered on the same spot, and the same situation occurred at Iglița near Trăsmis, where the Legio Quinta Macedonica was stationed. There were discovered 2 reliefs, 1 altar, and a sacred table. Other sites yielded several Mithraic objects, but these were identified in separate discoveries. This is the case of Euscus, where 5 reliefs plus 2 altars were discovered. Though the Mithraeum at Creta, though, is maybe not the only Mithraeum set in a natural cave, as several sacred objects Mithraic objects were found in a site called Adam's Cave. The context of the discovery was not well registered, and I have tried to visit the site, but it was impossible. It's rather inaccessible, and it's dangerous to go there, unfortunately. Therefore, it remains unclear if this site was actually used as a temple or if it was just used for storing or hiding the sacred objects. These are, as you can see, 2 reliefs, a sacred table with a dedication to altars, all dedicated by a Pater Horimos. So they could have been hidden because these objects are dated to the 4th century AD, when there could have been Christian pressure that could have forced Horimos to hide the sacred objects. To sum up, I find all these milieux very interesting, as almost 40% of the dedicants are soldiers. One is a slave of a higher member of the customs office, another is a secretary, and finally there is one duumvirus at Uscus. So that means that 47% of the dedicants whose domain of activity we know of were directly involved in official business, either civilian or military. Why were these people attached to this god? I believe that the answer lies in the explanation given by Manfred Klaus, who showed that the progression through the Mithraic ranks reflected the way that such professionals were promoted in the outside world, in the real world. That Mithras was actually the god whose attributes of guardian of contract and fidelity were the cornerstone of what their career was based off. So they recognized in their own life what was happening in the Mithraic cult. I would also add another hypothesis, which I developed in an article that I published in 2018, that these individuals belonged to communities that were not even made of the original local population. They were mostly military and administrative centers. Therefore, they had no local gods to turn to. But apart from the official gods that they had a duty to pray to, of course, and maybe ancestral gods, some of them could have brought from their place of origin. We have here the famous example of the Palmyrene, the temple of the Palmyrene gods built near the forum of Olpia Traiana Samizegetusa in Dacia. So these people were basically free to build up their own pantheon. In this case, Mithraism was a connector, a religion whose principles resonated with the members of this official community. Unfortunately, we need more data in order to apply this perspective to more Mithraic sites. And this brings us to the new discoveries, well, discoveries or rediscoveries. Most of the Mithraic monuments that I am going to present have, well, most Mithraic monuments in the province have been well documented with Martin Vermazeren's work and have been integrated in different analysis of the Mithraic cult. But there are also recent discoveries that prove that our image of Mithraism in Musea Inferior may well change in the near future. And some of these were published or mentioned in my article in 2018, but there are several new aspects that I would like to refer to. So I will create a simple dedication that was published, it was discovered a long time ago, but was recently published in the fourth volume of the inscriptions from Scutia Minor, dated to the 2nd, 3rd centuries, and the dedicant, Octavius Probus, is attested in another inscription from Traiani, but we don't have any further information. Then there is a limestone altar from Carsium, which is more interesting because it, as you can see, it was dedicated at a later date, most probably 4th century AD, and it was dedicated by a Lucianus. We don't have any further information concerning this person, but it is very significant that this altar was ever raised, given the rare occurrences of such late inscriptions. Then there is a rediscovery. This monument was published by Vermazeren in his corpus, his Mithraic corpus, but from Nicopolis Adistrum. It's a marble stele, and as far as I'm concerned, it's the only Mithraic stele that has ever been discovered. Of course, there's a square that was sculpted out in the middle with the Mithraic tauroctony, the slaying of the bull. And around it, as you can see, there is an inscription. But Nicolae Sharankov, the Bulgarian epigraphist, which we all know, noticed in 2013 that there's actually a an older inscription around the bull slaying scene, which was not taken into account in previous publications. And here we have Curio, Mitra, Eugen, Galerius, Proteus, Epignatheus. So it's actually an assistant fuller, Galerius, son of Proteus, who dedicated the monument. This is the oldest inscription, and it changes the whole significance of the monument. There's also a monument identified a long time ago at Capidava, and I take the opportunity now to thank again Professor Opriș for providing the information and the photograph. It was published in a tourist guide and then forgotten and not introduced in all the analysis on the Mithraic cult. So it's just the basic bull slaying scene. We can see the legs of the bull and Mitras' mantle, and Cautes and Sol and Raven, and that is all. It's just a fragment, but it's important because it adds another point on our Mithraic map. In this case, a military fortress, which is significant. Then we have a newly published. This was published quite recently in Pontica 2019 by Cristina Alexandrescu, a fragment of a relief from Stejaru in Tulcea County. It was discovered in 1983 and was published only this year, which is unfortunate. It was discovered during agricultural works, and it's rather small, 18 centimeters height, 21 centimeters width. And it was probably from the Roman settlement in Stejaru, and this makes me very happy because this is very close to a site that we have begun excavation, well, not excavations, research at Bedaud. So hopefully, maybe there is a rural Mithraic community in the area, such as in Chavoda. And then we get to Tomis. Tomis, which I have mentioned in my last article that there is, I have mentioned a Mithraic monument from Megidia, mentioned in Megidia, but it was recently published by Cristina Alexandrescu. It was in great detail. And now we have the photograph. So it actually is a relief, not what sounded like a sacred table in the original mentioned by Livia Buzoianu. Also, Cristina Alexandrescu makes some corrections to the text, and the name, which was initially believed to be Hermodoros, son of Theodotu, is in fact son of Theodoru. Son of Theodoros, sorry. So this changes the situation because it annuls the identification with another person, Hermodoros, son of Theodotos, already mentioned in an inscription from Tomis, which is dated to 198 to 201, 202. There are several individuals with the name Theodoros attested in Tomis, none of them directly connected to Hermodoros, but some of them could have been could have played the role of a grandson, as most of them have the prenomen Aurelius. So they became citizens after 212. Although there is no clear indication that Hermodoros, son of Theodoros, lived in the city proper, there is a certain probability that this was in case the fact, because there, as I told you already, there are several Theodoroi mentioned in Tomis. If not, at least he lived in the territory of Tomis and was influenced by the situation there. And it was a duty for us to publish the details for the latest Mithraic discovery in Tomis. This is a relief, as you can see, a marble relief this time, that was discovered on May 10th, 2016 in a preventive archaeological excavation by a team formed of Traian Clian, Teorel Mototolea, and Tiberiu Poterniche from the museum in Constanța. And as you can see, it was discovered here in what is called at the Lupoica site, at the Lupa site, anyway, in the old town and inside the late Roman citadel, which passes through here on the photograph. It was discovered in a bulk, of course, in a bulk between two sections, S1 and S2, at a depth of 1.1 meter, near a stone pavement, conventionally called complex 1, in a certain layer N2A, conventionally called N2A, dated to the second half of the 6th century AD. So it was clearly reused as polia, as is proven by the rosy traces of mortar on the backside of the relief. The dimensions are 30 centimeters length, 20 centimeters width, and it's quite thin. It's 4 centimeters. It is, as you can see, worn out by the elements, and it has a porous surface, so something happened to them. I don't know, it was in contact with water, probably. The scene is classic, the tauroctony with Mithras laying the bull in the center. We can't see the tail of the bull. He has the mantle, the Persian dress, and the Phrygian cap and everything. There's a long serpent starting at the relief's lower left corner that stretches towards the wound, while at the same time there's the dog on the right-hand side that jumps at the open wound. There's no trace of the scorpion. And under the vault, Mithras is joined by Cautes and Cautopates, whose heads are also covered by Phrygian caps and their legs crossed. Outside the vault, on both sides, here and here, on the margins of the relief, there are two altars associated with the two dadophoroi, whose role was to guide the souls into our world and further on into the celestial one. The altars represent the 2 points through which this transfer was performed and were located on the edge of the two ritual benches, usually in the middle, but sometimes in other positions as well. And Richard Gordon wrote a wonderful paper on this. In the upper corners, there are depictions of Sol and Luna, and of course, Sol's head is surrounded by a nimbus, or he might just have long hair. While the horns appear behind the Luna. Between them, above the vault, are either 5 or 6 altars similar to those connected to the dadophores. Usually, 7 altars are represented on reliefs, signifying the several celestial spheres. And if indeed there are 6 altars and not 5, 5 would bring the total numbers of altars to the usual 7. So if there are 6 altars, we have no explanation for this variation. Unfortunately, no matter how hard I look, the stone is too damaged, and I can't establish the number of altars. The dimensions of the relief indicate that it was more likely an offering than a cultic relief. And the style is clearly that of the Danubian reliefs, with similar pieces discovered at Istros and Târgușor. The workmanship is not high, the stone is of rather low quality, so the details are scarcely visible. But this relief is added to another 6 reliefs discovered separately. one altar and 2 gems with the signs of the ranks of Corax and Leo. So the center, the Mitraic center in Tomis seems to have been very active. Unfortunately, even if among these monuments there are 2 other inscriptions, no names are mentioned. And for example, in Istros, we have only 1 inscription, but it is a wonderful inscription. It is the foundation inscription for the local Mitreum, and it mentions the founding members, which are all very important and allow us to draw some very interesting conclusions regarding the Mithraic community in Istros. So unfortunately, for the time being, we must await further epigraphic information concerning the Tomis Mithraic community. And as we can see on this map showing Mithraic discoveries in Musaea Inferior, there are 31 points where Mithraic monuments were discovered. Out of these, 25 are Roman settlements, and only 5, maybe 6 are Greek, including Tomis, which became a major Roman administrative center. Their connection to the military milieu is undeniable, and the rest are Greek cities. 50% of the discoveries come from Roman military centers and have a connection with the military milieu. And if we consider that, in fact, many of the so-called civilian discoveries belong to the same archaeological context, such as those in Creta or Tăgușor, the weight, the percentage of monuments connected to the Roman military actually increases. So instead of conclusions, I think that all future analysis of the Mithraic cult in Musaea Inferior and in other parts of the Roman Empire should take into account the place that the cult had in the local pantheons through the analysis of the social position of the Mithraists, as well as the issue of the development of the cult in the rural milieu, because as we've seen, there are several new discoveries that show that actually the cult was pretty active in the rural milieu, and this, at least in the case of Musaea Inferior, should be connected with the settling of veterans. Also, the especially high number of monuments in Tomis raises the question of the role of the cult there. And why? Because Mithraism is not developed in the Greek world. There are actually pretty few monuments in the Greek world. So maybe in an old polis like Tomis, the success of the cult could be linked, as we believe is the case in Istros, with the development of increased ties with the Roman authorities. And of course, this would be normally in Tomis because it was the largest Roman town in the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have also time for a few questions or commentaries, please. So if there is no other questions, I should like to stress one point that you have very well noticed. So this distribution between urban and rural milieu, and I have noticed that many of the inscriptions coming from the rural milieu are associated with a later period, let's say 3rd, 4th century, and it can be noticed also the quality of the stone and the quality of the writing, in fact. So not marble, but limestone, not a fine writing, but very, let's say not aesthetically made. And it is really related with the veterans who settled in the rural milieu. But I think after their settlement, it can also be spread among some inhabitants, some, let's say, practicants of this cult.
Yeah, Yeah, definitely. Concerning the quality of the monuments, there's I don't know. There's the strange case of the objects from the La Adam cave, where the largest relief was actually made by a sculptor from Nicomedia. So it was for that time it was quite expensive to do such a relief, to have it made. But so I don't know if rural necessarily means low quality, but then again, La Adam's cave is quite strange and it's difficult to evaluate.
And it is also a little paradox in this case of Adam cave. Why? Because in the rural milieu of Istros, we know there is a Latin-speaking population, mostly, let's say, and this is one of the cases in this rural milieu, so not the only one, but there are only a few in which it used the Greek language.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it could have been brought, I mean, it could have been the cult furniture or cultware from Tomis, I don't know, or from somewhere else. We can't say anything, but indeed lately I have noticed that a lot of the monuments that were initially thought to have been from urban centers are in fact from nearby. So just because they were discovered near the city doesn't mean near a town, sorry, it doesn't mean that they came from the town. Okay, they could have been part of local communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions? If there are no more further questions, I invite now Roxana Gabriela Curca from Iași University to present her paper Nouveau aspect du bilinguisme en Mésie inférieure. S'il vous plaît. Roxana, il faut que tu ouvres ton microphone.
Oui, c'est bien. Je suis habituée des cours quand je parle toute seule. Alors, bonjour de nouveau. Un caro saluto a Antonio, che ho visto adesso. Ciao. Premièrement, je voudrais remercier Monsieur le professeur Rudolf Dinu pour l'invitation. Je me souviens avec un très grand plaisir notre rencontre à Rome la dernière fois. C'était une rencontre très intéressante du point de vue scientifique. Et je suis très honorée que j'étais invitée aussi cette fois. Alors, je voudrais remercier aussi Lucrezio Boliva qui va m'aider un peu avec quelques images parce que j'ai un peu de problèmes avec mon ordi et je ne veux pas les mettre sur Zoom. Le bilinguisme se relève comme un phénomène particulièrement complexe. Il fait coexister au sein d'une même communauté, vous m'entendez bien? Parce que c'est bien. D'une même communauté, d'un même individu et dans le cas des inscriptions dans le même texte, deux langues avec des structures linguistiques différentes. Chaque texte épigraphique avec des traits bilingues, quel que soit le degré de bilinguisme, reflète une situation à chaque fois unique. Il est donc impératif de s'interroger sur plusieurs paramètres quand on fait une analyse d'un texte bilingue, comme par exemple le contexte historique et sociolinguistique dans lequel il a été attesté, les relations entre les communautés linguistiques impliquées, la diversité ethnique, sociolinguistique et culturelle des individus mentionnés. Notre présentation se propose de compléter la recherche du matériel épigraphique des occurrences du phénomène de code switching dans la province romaine de la Mésie inférieure en tant que modèle d'identité linguistique suivant des aspects historiques et philologiques. Les occurrences épigraphiques de cet aspect du bilinguisme ne sont pas très nombreuses, mais représentatives des zones de langue grecque et latine de la Provence. Nous allons donc examiner quelques nouvelles attestations qui n'ont été pas prises en considération dans nos études antérieures sur le sujet. Puisqu'il concerne un aspect du bilinguisme avec des implications multiples aussi d'autres disciplines, comme j'ai déjà dit, la socio- et psycholinguistique et l'anthropologie, et comprend un éventail de phénomènes de contact très diversifiés, s'avère parfois difficile de donner une définition complète et définitive à ce terme. Cette situation est également due au fait que les insertions mutuelles entre deux langues dans le même cadre de communication ne peuvent pas toujours être quantifiables symétriquement ou soumises à l'ensemble des règles claires et précises. Parmi les définitions consacrées du code switching, je peux rappeler la plus connue, que le code switching est considéré comme un phénomène qui vise le passage d'une langue à une autre dans le même énonce. À cause du fait que code switching peut être attesté comme l'intégration de simples lettres, comme on va voir dans notre présentation, mots ou l'alternance des syntaxes, les catégories de code switching ne peuvent pas être uniformes. Un aspect fondamental est de distinguer le code switching du concept d'interférence. La distinction entre les deux aspects du bilinguisme est difficile à opérer, mais on a souvent remarqué que l'insertion est marquée par le manque d'intentionnalité, tandis que le code switching est considéré comme un acte délibéré. Les recherches sur code switching ont été menées en fonction d'une multitude de paramètres, des différentes catégories, et ici je me réfère à la taxonomie qu'on va discuter immédiatement, tag switching, intrasentential switching et intersentential switching. Je vais utiliser les mots en anglais parce qu'ils sont reprises dans la bibliographie et dans l'exégèse comme ça. Les facteurs déterminants qui déclenchent ce phénomène, le rôle influent de l'APC, l'environnement géographique, social, le contexte civil et militaire, l'origine ethnique, etc. Compte tenu de ces facteurs, il n'est pas tout à fait surprenant qu'il y a un débat dans la littérature sur la caractérisation précise de ce phénomène de bilinguisme. Quand, où, comment et surtout pourquoi le code switching se produit dans les inscriptions? Ce sont les principales questions. Le tag switching, que je vous ai déjà dit, représente l'insertion d'une formule grecque dans un texte latin ou d'une formule latine dans un texte grec. Et on va voir plus tard une inscription illustrant le tag switching. Puis, intersentential code switching. Par exemple, une ou plusieurs phrases sont écrites en grec et les suivantes sont écrites en latin et à l'envers. Intrasentential code switching se produit dans les limites de la même phrase. Le contexte extra-linguistique joue un rôle très important dans la compréhension des motivations qui ont conduit aux attestations épigraphiques de ce phénomène. Par exemple, la possibilité que certains termes d'une langue ne soient pas connus, le désir d'exprimer le sentiment d'appartenance à un certain groupe ou identité linguistique, etc. La province romaine Mésie inférieure, comme mes collègues ont déjà parlé, est une province fortement définie par les deux coordonnées fondamentales de l'hellénisme et de la romanité, ainsi que par l'existence du substrat thrace, qui a donné évidemment une image très complexe du point de vue ethnolinguistique. La coexistence des deux langues dominantes a occasionné les inévitables interférences gréco-latines et latino-grecques, conséquence directe de la pratique du bilinguisme, plus ou moins intentionnel. Ce phénomène s'observe non seulement dans les attestations des inscriptions bilingues, mais aussi dans les inscriptions écrites en grec et en latin. Et ici, je me réfère aux terminaisons, par exemple, l'insertion d'une terminaison latine après l'influence d'une déclinaison grecque, l'attestation de latinisme expressif comme moyen d'exprimer des réalités typiquement romaines ou grecques, etc. Dans le milieu bilingue, la prédominance du latin sur le grec et du grec sur le latin est un changement constant, observable à tous les niveaux, phonologique, morphologique, lexical et formularistique. Le cas de code switching dans le corpus épigraphique de métiers inférieurs ont été étudiés, mais pas prendre en considération tous les paramètres énumérés. La plupart des inscriptions où est attesté le code switching appartient au registre funéraire. Il est important dans ce cas d'identifier le lien entre les personnages attestés, leur statut social et juridique, l'appartenance linguistique, l'onomastique, l'origine et surtout la motivation d'utiliser le code switching. Par exemple, le terme grec isolé, les terminaisons spécifiques grecques ou même les lettres grecques insérées dans les mots ou phrases latines pourraient marquer la reconnaissance du prestige culturel de la langue grecque ou l'appartenance à l'identité et implicitement de la civilisation grecque, ou à l'inverse, dans le cas des insertions latines sur le grec, cela pourrait indiquer aussi l'acceptation de la langue d'État. Je vous ai dit de la première catégorie de tag switching et je voudrais prier Lucrețiu s'il peut mettre la première inscription. C'est l'inscription qui commence avec dis manibus, Lucrețiu. Voilà. Je ne sais pas si vous le voyez bien. C'est une inscription du IIIe siècle après Jésus-Christ. Son père, je vous dis la traduction, son père espérait, sans même avoir atteint le terme de sa vie, laisser pour successeur cet être de son sang. Mais, puisque par un coup malveillant de la mort, un homme l'enfermait au fond de ce tombeau et l'a arraché au milieu de son espoir et de sa vie, l'empêchant par malignité de réaliser ce que son père attendait. À quoi bon parler davantage? Comme vous pouvez voir dans l'inscription, on a seulement en latin écrit le dis manibus et puis tout le texte est rédigé en grec. Comme on peut voir aussi dans le commentaire de cette inscription, on peut voir que l'explication de la présence de dis manibus en latin est que les lettres ont été gravées quand la stèle funéraire a été taillée et puis le texte en grec a été gravé dans le même atelier dans un deuxième temps. Une épitaphe bilingue similaire pour illustrer le tag switching est de Hystria du IIe siècle après Jésus-Christ. C'est une inscription, c'est un cas typique de tag switching avec la même formule dis manibus qui est écrite en latin et le reste de l'inscription est écrite en grec. Je n'ai pas mis cette inscription ici parce que je m'ai déjà occupée de celle-ci. C'est une inscription funéraire où un certain individu, Apollinaris Dolichenaris, qui a vécu 35 ans, a dédié une inscription à son frère. Sauf c'est le nom des personnages et l'âge de Apollinaris Dolichenaris, on n'a pas autre information. Dans le cas de la seconde catégorie de code switching, c'est-à-dire de intra-sentential switching, en cas morphologique, Lucrețiu, si tu peux mettre, s'il te plaît, la deuxième inscription. l'inscription avec Iulia Dometia, Iulia Nike. Voilà. C'est aussi une inscription découverte à Constanza, c'est aussi du 2e, 3e siècle après Jésus-Christ. Et dans cette inscription, vous pouvez voir qu'on a à l'intérieur d'une inscription grecque, on a des mots écrits en latin. On a les deux anthroponymes, Iulia Dometia et Iulia Nike. J'ai érigé ou a érigé, on ne sait pas exactement la traduction, le sujet, la stèle à sa femme en souvenir à Iulia Dometia et à Iulia Nike et à soi-même étant en vie et en pleine possession de ses facultés. Salut, amis. C'est une inscription très importante parce que c'est la première inscription. Je vous dis que j'ai étudié toutes les inscriptions de la Mésie inférieure concernant le code switching et c'est la seule où on a seulement les anthroponymes rédigés en autre langue que le reste du texte de l'inscription. Et probablement, les deux noms qui sont inscrits avec caractère latin pourraient être les filles de ce couple dans le milieu hellénophone qui ont, comme on a vu, la citoyenneté romaine. Elles ont le gentilis Iunius, Iulia Dometia et Iulia Nike. Comme vous voyez, Iulia Nike a déjà le cognomen de facture grecque. Aussi, dans le même cas de intrasentential switching, aussi de point de vue morphologique, il y a d'autres inscriptions latines, en particulier dans le milieu hellénophone de la Provence, où on voit une tendance prononcée à insérer des terminaisons grecques dans des mots latins. Par exemple, on va voir immédiatement dans la prochaine inscription, si tu peux la mettre, la troisième. Et voilà. C'est une inscription de la même période, deuxième siècle. Et je voudrais premièrement vous attirer l'attention sur le nom Aelios Flavius et Marinus. C'est que je voudrais vous dire que le diphtongue ai au lieu de e pourrait s'expliquer soit par le maintien de l'orthographie archaïque, soit par la confusion généralisée entre les deux voyelles, parce que c'est un phénomène qu'on voit souvent en Mésie inférieure, et plus probablement, je dis que c'est par l'influence du diphtongue grec alpha iota. Il y a d'autres situations de ce type. Je ne vais pas insister sur ces occurrences. Des terminaisons, pratiquement beaucoup de terminaisons d'après le modèle de déclinaison grecque pour des mots latins. Et spécialement, il se trouve dans le milieu hellénophone. Qu'est-ce qu'on voit dans cette inscription très important? C'est le cas de intrasentential switching, mais pas de point de vue morphologique cette fois, mais de point de vue graphique. Je me réfère aux lignes 1, 2 et 7, où vous pouvez voir que les mots doligeno et puis domini et puis designatus, elles sont écrits, elles sont rédigées avec la lettre delta au lieu de la lettre latine. Alors, c'est la traduction de cette inscription, c'est à Jupiter, très bon et très grand Doliché, pour la santé de notre Seigneur, l'empereur Marcus Aurelius Severus Alexandrus Pius Felix Invictus Augustus, on fait ériger cet hôtel, Flavius Germanus, désigné d'un vir, à côté de Aelius Flavius et Aelius Marinus sacerdotes. C'est exactement que je vous avais dit de Aelius. Pratiquement, ici, ils sont Élie parce qu'ils sont les deux. Cette situation, je l'ai rencontrée, ce type de intrasentential code switching, de point de vue graphique, je l'ai identifié en Mésie inférieure seulement une fois dans un anthroponyme Tiberius Claudios, avec terminaison, comme vous pouvez voir aussi avec terminaison après le modèle grec, au lieu de Claudius, Zenotos. Et Z est écrit avec état grec et pas avec l'alphabet latin. Mais cette situation avec delta, je ne l'ai pas trouvée et c'est pour la Mésie inférieure, de ce que je connais bien sûr, c'est la seule occurrence et c'est vraiment très important. Comme j'ai déjà dit, dans la littérature spécialisée, l'explication de ce code switching ne va pas plus loin que l'idée d'une influence de la langue grecque sur le latin et du latin sur le grec à différents niveaux de communication et qui vient, que précise dans de nombreux cas, est loin d'être expliquant loin de pouvoir expliquer la complexité de ce phénomène. La plupart des témoignages de ce code switching se produisaient spécialement dans la région hellénophone de la Provence, comme on s'attendait, à la fois au milieu rural et au milieu urbain, et civil et militaire. Les personnes impliquées dans ce changement de code, dans ce code switching, sont soit originaires d'une région de langue grecque, soit dans le cas des couples, comme vous avez vu, peuvent être toutes les deux de langue grecque. Les inscriptions de la Mésie inférieure montrent un code switching à la fois, comme on a vu, formularistique, ce tag switching, au niveau morphologique et graphique. Certaines formes latines peuvent être expliquées à des contaminations à la flexion grecque normale dans une zone bilingue, ainsi qu'à certains développements de la phonétique latine, quand, bien sûr, ils ne peuvent pas être expliqués par erreur de lapicite. En ce qui concerne le code switching dans les inscriptions latines, elles reflètent l'intentionnalité et le caractère volitif des hellénophones natifs pour souligner certaines particularités phonomorphologiques de la langue latine qui ne se reflétaient pas dans l'alphabet latin. Dans certains cas, il est très difficile d'opérer la distinction entre les phénomènes historiques intrinsèques et ceux qui résultent du contact entre le latin et le grec, dans le cas des locuteurs bilingues. Dans le cas de tag switching, on peut observer qu'il se produit à la fois au début de l'inscription bilingue. La plupart des cas, on a dismanibus comme formule, mais on peut la trouver aussi, je l'ai trouvée aussi dans d'autres inscriptions à la fin de l'inscription, comme formule de salutation, par exemple. Pratiquement, l'étude du point de vue linguistique des épigraphes de cette zone pointe vers une identité linguistique purement latine et respectivement purement grecque, et aussi vers, comme on a vu dans le cas de code switching, soit formularistique, morphologique et graphique, vers une identité émergente des interférences glottiques. Je vous remercie.
Merci bien pour ta communication. Je vous invite à poser des questions, de formuler des commentaires, des suggestions. Je vais commencer par dire que la deuxième et la troisième inscription me semblent comme datation. Bon, la troisième est certainement. La deuxième aussi, mais sont du IIIe siècle. Donc, la troisième est claire. Tu as dit en toute vitesse deuxième siècle, mais c'est IIIe siècle parce qu'on a c'est vers Alexandre. Donc la datation...
La deuxième inscription, c'est de deuxième, troisième siècle. La première, c'est de troisième siècle.
Mais il me semble que la deuxième, c'est aussi du troisième siècle. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y a cette forme chez Iunia Dometia, cette forme Dometia de Gentilis en fait, qui apparaît comme surnom. Et ça, c'est plutôt caractéristique au début du IIIe siècle.
Du IIIe siècle, oui.
Mais j'ai aussi une idée. Je ne sais pas si c'est la meilleure. Je pense que je reste sur le deuxième cas maintenant. Donc, les commémorateurs ont voulu mettre en évidence un petit peu le nom des filles défuntes. Donc, les deux Iuniae. Le texte a été rédigé en grec, tout en grec, et puis ce sont seulement le nom des filles qui apparaissent rédigés en latin. Tout le monde qui aurait lu l'inscription, donc on supposait qu'ils connaissaient le grec, mais aussi le latin parce que bon, les deux étaient citoyennes, donc c'était une marque en fait pour cette époque. Et en plus, dans un monde qui parlait, parce que c'est Atomis, si je ne me trompe pas, c'est Atomis dans un monde qui était éminemment hellénophone, donc ces deux noms sautaient aux yeux, disons, et bon, il n'était pas difficile à le lire de toute façon. Bon, mais c'est une idée.
Oui, merci.
Antonia, oui, s'il te plaît.
Merci. Moi aussi, je suis très d'accord avec ce que tu as dit dans ce moment. Pourquoi dans un contexte tout en grec, des noms en latin, ça pour voir avant de tout. Una persona che osserva l'iscrizione si perde nel greco ma subito vede il latino ed è questo quello che loro volevano far vedere in quel testo lì. Quindi la scelta in questo mi sembra abbastanza chiara e sì, concordo totalmente con quello che ha appena detto Lucrezio. Pour la première, tu nous avais fait voir seulement les textes. J'aurais voulu voir le contexte de l'inscription. Pourquoi? Il demande, nous sommes sûrs que les textes latins, des manibus, les textes grecs, ils sont écrits dans le même moment. Ils n'ont avant des manibus et après quelqu'un qui a acheté celle dalle ou celle stèle, celle base, je ne sais pas, a décidé de mettre. Pourquoi? En Occident, beaucoup de fois, nous avons des inscriptions funéraires préconfessionnées qui vont compléter après. Peut-être une idée, je ne sais pas. Ou une autre solution peut-être aussi, je pense à l'inscription de la Sardaigne, tout en latin, avec les theta nigrum au début. Pourquoi dis manibus, dans cette partie, elle a perdu sa fonction sacrale liée à la religion, est devenu un symbole. Et peut-être aussi qu'ils ont mis ces dis manibus comme dans les deuxièmes inscriptions, pour caractériser ce personnage. Il est lié, ce personnage est lié au bon latin, mais sans être très, senza essere troppo legati alla religione. Così.
Sì, sì, ho capito. Sì, sì.
No? Un'ipotesi, naturalmente. Riguardo invece alla terza iscrizione.
La terza mi sembra la più interessante.
Allora, io ti dico la mia, vista adesso e non studiata, e quindi come impressione a braccio.
Prego.
Quindi lascia anche il tempo che trova. Intanto in Africa mi sono capitati diverse volte testi in latino con la D usata come, con un delta, quindi con un gusto grafico, un gioco, ma influenze del greco, influenze del latino, ma insomma su quell'aspetto forse sarei un pochino più cauto, mentre invece mi sembra molto importante Aelius, perché è vero che è facilissimo confondere, e questo è normalissimo, ma però è anche vero che in greco sarebbe Aelios, e quindi lì quello invece mi sembra veramente un influsso del greco sul latino molto forte.
Sì,
tant'è vero che lui poi si sbaglia anche in duovir, mette duover, è un po' incerto l'apicida, non ha le idee molto chiare sulle... ma il nome però evidentemente lo pronunciavano in quel modo, lui non l'ha voluto tradurre perché per lui si pronuncia Aelius, è così, e quello è greco.
Sì, questo è
sul delta non lo so, potrebbe secondo me anche essere una semplice grafia, un gioco, ma niente di più. Ho detto, in un contesto africano dove il greco è rarissimo, a me ne sono capitati diversi. E noi quando commentiamo quei testi abbiamo sempre detto sì, una forma grafica che un po' tende ad assimilarsi al greco, ma niente di più, nessuna influenza. Certo, è vero, tu mi dirai che qui siamo in Mesia, e la Mesia non è l'Africa come cultura.
E anche perché ho trovato un altro esempio che non è delta, ma è un'altra lettera greca in una parola in latino, solo lettera greca. Questo
certo,
è stato fatto, ma ovviamente che dal terza iscrizione la cosa più chiara, più certa, è l'influenza greca a Aelius. Questo sono perfettamente d'accordo con te. Per il delta anche per me mi sembra strano, perché veramente non ho trovato nessun'altra attestazione, qualcosa diciamo di qualcosa simile, oltre quella iscrizione della quale ti ho parlato, con l'antroponimo latino che aveva una lettera scritto in latino, ovviamente, che aveva una lettera greca all'interiore della parola.
J'ajouterai dans ce cas, dans le cas de la troisième inscription, un autre élément qui peut être important, c'est-à-dire le contexte, parce que ça provient du milieu rural de Sakidava, et on sait que qu'en Mésie inférieure, en général, les lapicides, disons, sont... pour être élégant, pour utiliser un euphémisme, ils ne font pas d'erreur, mais ils sont un peu non conformistes en ce qui concerne la rédaction des textes. Donc, il me semble qu'il y a comme tu as dit, ils jouent un peu, mais autrement, ils transcrivent sur la pierre ce qu'ils entendent en fait. Ils entendent Aelius, ils transcrivent Aelius. Vous voyez ici Flavius Germanus, qui est un doum-vir, mais c'est transcrit doum-ver. Je ne sais pas si c'est phonétique ou c'est une erreur, parce que de I en E, c'est
une confusion que j'ai trouvée très souvent dans les inscriptions entre les deux voyants.
Une différence. D'autre côté, Flavius Germanus, il est en doum-vir, probablement Anthropéon Traeri, car c'est la cité la plus proche. Mais de l'autre côté, s'il aurait commandé en fait la pierre, il aurait été plus attentif à la transcription, disons. Il est très probable que ceux qui se sont occupés de cette pierre, ce sont les deux sacerdotes, les deux zéli qui ont surveillé, disons, la transcription. Donc, il me semble aussi que le contexte peut être parfois décisif dans ces
le contexte est le milieu, comme tu as bien dit, le milieu rural aussi a une très grande importance.
Ok, merci bien, Roxana. On va passer maintenant à la troisième communication. Et avant de donner la parole au professeur Marian Coman de présenter sa communication, je veux prier mon collègue Ionuț Criș de prendre maintenant disons, pour utiliser un code switching, le chair de cette session. Mais je dois remarquer que code switching en français, c'est aussi un code switching, non?
Donc, okay. Professor Bolyai, thank you very much. So I'll take the lead, but please tell me before that, shouldn't we ask Antonio to present before our colleague Marian Coman, or
yes,
should
I have seen the program, but if you want to switch the papers, you are free to do it.
Antonio, what do you think about it? Are you okay with that in order to keep the chronological order?
Professor Iba, lei aveva detto che può intervenire solo alle 16, per questo abbiamo un po'...
No, non c'è problema, no,
okay.
non c'è problema, fate, cioè, se devo parlare adesso oppure dopo, non ho problemi, sì, scusate. No.
Are you okay with starting now?
Ah, va bene.
Ok.
Chiediamo anche al nostro collega Marian Coman se può aspettare per altri 30 minuti.
No problem.
No, I'll ask, of course, I'll ask our colleague Marian Coman to wait a little bit more, and let's first hear the communication of our dear colleague and friend Antonio Iba, riflessioni su una classe poco nota dell'instrumentum domesticum, tappi fitili dalla Scythia minor. Ok, please.
Ok. Bene. Va bene, grazie Presidente. Prima di iniziare vorrei ringraziare tanto l'amico Lucrezio e il professor Dinu per avermi voluto di nuovo invitare a questa riunione di specialisti che di anno in anno si fa sempre più importante ed occasione imperdibile di incontro e confronto fra gli studiosi rumeno-italiani. Sono felice che appunto Ionopris sia presente, che è un caro amico e penso che avrà qualcosa da dire sul mio intervento. Un saluto, lo ribadisco, a Roxana, sono sempre felice di rivederla, e a Ivo, che ho visto che è con noi connesso. Non hanno potuto partecipare, vi mandano i loro saluti, per forza di grave maggiore, i miei colleghi Alessandro Teattini e Claudio Farre. Io stesso mi scuso per non aver potuto partecipare alla prima parte dell'incontro, ma impegni accademici improrogabili e fissati da tempo mi hanno costretto a rinunciare al dibattito, che su temi che da subito mi avevano incuriosito. Confesso che il mio interesse verso l'instrumentum domesticum è relativamente recente e tutto sommato tangente alle mie normali linee di ricerca. E tuttavia, lavorando da diversi anni in un contesto come quello di Bida, la mia attenzione ha finito per essere catturata anche da una classe di materiali abbondante in rivenimenti, ma marginale nella storia degli studi e spesso trascurata nelle nostre pubblicazioni. E questo, ve lo dico, è un errore, perché come ampiamente dimostrato, lo studio dell'instrumentum, per anni appannaggio esclusivo di antiquari e collezionisti, assume invece un valore centrale nella costruzione e definizione della società antica, dell'economia e dell'organizzazione del lavoro, dei traffici e delle abitudini quotidiane. In altri termini, contribuisce alla ricostruzione di quel tessuto socio-economico che deve essere uno degli obiettivi delle nostre indagini. E dunque è con lo spirito del neofita che mi approccio a questo consesso per riportare alla vostra attenzione una particolare classe di materiali, invero nota solo agli specialisti di antichità delle province danubiane, non tanto con l'intento di fornire risposte agli interrogativi vecchi e nuovi che questi oggetti suscitano, ma nella speranza di poter ricavare dal dibattito ulteriori suggerimenti e una rinnovata attenzione su questi oggetti. Un ringraziamento sincero, quindi non può che andare agli amici Dorel Paraschiv, Michaela Jacob, Dana Paraschiv, Andrei Opait, Alessandro Teattini, Marco Maier, Antonio Sartori, che mi hanno aiutato in questa non semplice indagine, fornendomi anch'essi preziosi suggerimenti e materiale bibliografico. Il lotto di materiali che voglio presentarvi comprende al momento, ma spero che voi mi diate qualche altra indicazione, ben 70 fra tappi, capace, e matrici, tiparade capac, solitamente circolari, in argilla o in pietra, per lo più frammentari, rivenuti quasi tutti in Dobrugia e in contesti urbani di origine sia ellenistica sia militare, ai quali dobbiamo aggiungere un esemplare in pietra dalla colonia greca di Tiras, alla foce del Dniestr, e dei reperti decorati, ma talora senza iscrizione, da Gerania, presso la fortezza del Cranevo, Odessos, Marcianopolis e Augustia Traiana in Bulgaria. Testi e disegni dei nostri coperchi sono di solito in rilievo, ovviamente incavati nelle matrici. Più rari invece sono i graffiti ante o post cocturam, con uno strumento acuminato. Giusto per darvi un'idea dell'abbondanza e varietà del materiale a disposizione, di seguito riporto una rapidissima carrellata degli oggetti che ho potuto visionare per questo censimento e sui quali in seguito ritornerò nei dettagli. Abbiamo così ben 11 pezzi fra matrici e tappi da Callatis, 13 manufatti da Istria, alcuni provenienti dal quartiere delle Domus o dal quartiere delle Rappresentanze, altri invece riveluti fra il 23 e il 56 in punti imprecisati all'interno delle mura urbane. John Barnea ricorda ulteriori frammenti di tappo scoperti nel 1954 presso la Basilica Extramuros, però non mi è stato possibile verificare se questi siano stati mai pubblicati. 2 pezzi da Tropeum Traiani e Sacidava, una matrice e un tappo frammentari da Tropeum Traiani, 3 frammenti da Axiopolis, fra i quali un eccezionale tappo triangolare, forse pertinente a una carafa trilobata, 4 esemplari da Capidava, fra i quali una matrice pubblicata alcuni anni fa proprio dal nostro Oprish, un frammento con croce menzionato da Radu Florescu in un lavoro del 75, 8 pezzi da Dinoghetia, 5 tappi da Ulmetum, 2 dei quali quasi integri o integri completamente, 2 tappi da una località ignota dell'attuale Romania, un pezzo da Augusta Traiana in Bulgaria e un altro tappo integro da Tiras in Moldavia, con testo identico a quello di un tappo ritagliato su tegola da Ulmetum. Infine 3 esemplari, credo ancora inediti, da Niculitzel, forse ricollegabili per l'impasto e in parte per i formulari alle produzioni della vicina di Noghetia. E ancora 11 tappi inediti o praticamente inediti provenienti da Ibida, recuperati negli anni '80 del secolo scorso dai contadini del villaggio di Slavarusa o durante le sistematiche indagini archeologiche condotte sin dal 2001 da Michaela Jacob e ora da Dorel Paraschiv. Dei paralleli sono stati individuati da Andrea Paita a Sardi in Asia Minore, nell'isola di Chio. In questo caso si tratta di tappi anch'essi privi di iscrizione, decorati talora con cerchi concentrici intorno al bordo, semicerchi, linee ondulate, piccoli segni paralleli o con disegni estemporanei, palmette, uccelli, graffiti con un bastoncino o realizzati con pressione digitale ante cotturam. I capace di Sardis sono di dimensioni analoghe a quelle della Dobrugia, ma si caratterizzano per un alto pommello quadrangolare. Quelli di Chio sono talora di dimensioni molto grandi, equiparabili ai pesanti coperchi in pietra di Capidava o di Istria. Rispetto ai tappi anforici noti in Occidente, ai quali quelli della Dobrugia apparentemente potrebbero rinviare, i nostri esemplari, in parte già raccolti e studiati da Barnea e Popescu, furono prodotti esclusivamente in età bizantina, fra la fine del V e l'inizio del VI secolo. Le dimensioni sono decisamente maggiori rispetto con un diametro che varia infatti fra i 10 e i 16 centimetri. Si notano tuttavia tappi da 8 centimetri di diametro, olmetum, uno da 20 centimetri e mezzo da Augusta Traiana, mentre completamente fuori scala, perché presumibilmente destinati a dei dolia, sono 2 coperchi frammentari da Capidava e Istria, entrambi di 48 centimetri. Lo spessore di questi tappi varia fra i 12 e i 16 mm, ma abbiamo anche capace di 20 o 25 o più sottili, di appena 10 mm. Erano dotati di un piccolo e tozzo pomello tronco piramidale a 4 facce o tronco conico, normalmente più stretto nella parte superiore per favorire la presa in alto. Alto questo pomello fra i 10 e i 25 mm. Se alcuni reperti furono ritagliati da laterizi, come i 2 dei 4 esemplari da Ulmetum, o da pietra come quello di Tiras, o modellati a mano come a Istra e Capidava, la maggior parte invece furono ricavati da matrici in pietra o in argilla, che sono state rinvenute a Istria, una con disegni geometrici a Tropeon Traiani, una più recentemente a Capidava e ben 3 esemplari, più probabilmente 4, da Callatis, talora associati ai tappi medesimi come il numero 100 della nostra slide. Normalmente è indicata come Capac, il numero 103 della slide è più verosimilmente invece una matrice, già che le lettere, se di lettere si tratta, e le cordicelle sono incise e non a rilievo, come in tutti gli altri esempi di tappi con l'esclusione di quelli graffiti ante cotturam. Matrici non dissimili da quelle in pietra di Callatis furono rinvenute a Gerania, Odessos e Marcianopolis in Bulgaria, ma di queste purtroppo, oltre a una breve nota di Barnea, non ho trovato altre indicazioni. Le matrici sono ovviamente di dimensioni più grandi dei coperchi, con un labbro molto spesso rialzato che delimita le superfici destinate a iscrizioni o motivi decorativi. Un ulteriore rinforzo fu posto in corrispondenza del pomello. Ritornando ai nostri tappi, la faccia superiore è decorata con testi molto brevi, destinati esclusivamente a un pubblico allenofono e sui quali ritornerò in seguito, oppure da croci e staurogrammi, stelle, motivi geometrici o vagamente fitomorfi, rametti, palmette, tralci, animali stilizzati che si sviluppano intorno al pomello a raggiera oppure concentrici al medesimo su più registri in rilievo, circolari o quadrati. Il bordo superiore è di solito leggermente rialzato. Nei tappi a matrice, ma non in quelli ritagliati dove invece è rettilineo, il bordo non si restringe verso la faccia inferiore, come di solito avviene nei tappi, ma tende ad allargarsi e infatti il diametro della faccia superiore è quasi sempre minore rispetto a quello della faccia inferiore. Jon Barnea attribuiva a questa caratteristica un'imperizia dei figurini, che preferivano realizzare stampi dai quali era più agevole distaccare l'argilla fresca dopo l'impressione, anche a costo di sacrificare la chiusura ermetica del recipiente. A me sembra invece più credibile che questi coperchi servissero a coprire il recipiente e non a sigillarlo. Operazione peraltro molto rischiosa se consideriamo lo spessore esiguo di questi manufatti, poco adatti a subire forti pressioni, e che quindi fossero destinati a una rimozione frequente, se non addirittura quotidiana, per proteggere liquidi o sostanze che non correvano il rischio di rovinarsi per un prolungato contatto con l'aria. È inoltre verosimile che il contenitore ad essi associato non fosse destinato a lunghi spostamenti, ma che probabilmente in posizione rigorosamente verticale fosse facilmente disponibile in uno spazio delimitato e protetto di uso pubblico o privato. Infatti, non possiamo escludere che in alcuni casi i nostri capace fossero associati a un secondo tappo, questa volta sigillante, realizzato con resine impermeabili e meno rigide. Laddove presenti, i testi erano brevi, pur con palesi errori ortografici e variazioni linguistiche, lettere spesso rozze e irregolari, talvolta retrograde, capovolte o corsiveggianti, frequenti abbreviazioni ormai di non semplice interpretazione, talora lettere isolate, che però forse avevano soltanto valore decorativo. La maggior parte è frammentaria. Quando è possibile ricostruire l'iscrizione, questa spesso invoca genericamente la protezione divina su chi si servirà del recipiente, oppure sollecita l'utente a bere quanto in essi contenuto, in una commistione fra sacro e profano che la dice lunga sulla natura di questi messaggi. Così troviamo formule semplici come «Pie oinos kalos», bevi, il vino è buono, «Aulmetum et tiras», oppure «Labe poma kai pie», togli il tappo e bevi, sempre Olmetum, una frase che ritroviamo anche in forme più articolate che supplicano l'aiuto divino, Kyrie boeti, amen, labe poma, aiutami Signore, amen, apri il tappo, su una matrice in pietra da callatis, labe poma kai pie, eleison Kyrie, amen, apri il tappo e bevi, abbi misericordia di me, o Signore, amen, ricordato invece a Tomis e forse a Callatis. Kyrie, oppure Theos Boeti, talora associato ad Amen o ad altre espressioni, è l'invocazione più frequente, attestata sui capaci di Augusta Traiana, di Noghezia, Niculittel, Istria e Ulmetum. Espressioni più particolari sono gli appelli a Cristo Pantocrate a Dinoghetia, forse al Signore Salvatore, se ho ben inteso una sigla su matrice e tappo frammentari da Callatis, interpretate invece, forse troppo semplicisticamente dai primi editori, come la sigla KK da sciogliere in Kyrie Kyrados, riferito al proprietario. Altre invocazioni sono fatte a Maria Santa e Madre di Cristo, in un frammento ad Inoghetia, secondo una proposta di Petre Diacono passata inosservata, a dire il vero, e forse a Maria Madre di Cristo su un frammento perduto sempre da Callatis. Infine, sul coperchio di Dolio da Istria, fu inciso ante cotturam uno staurogramma accompagnato dalla formula probabilmente Boeteson Kyrie, si legge un po' troppo poco a dire il vero, o meno verosimilmente Kyrie eleison. Pare invece meno probabile la proposta di Vasile Parvan, che per primo studiò l'oggetto e che pensava a un contenitore di vino o d'olio di 25 sestari, pari appena a 18,65 litri. Mi sembra un po' strana perché un dolium con queste capacità sarebbe veramente piccolo e in ogni caso, ma questo già lo osservava Barnea, queste indicazioni erano riportate sul contenitore e non sul tappo. La formula con l'auristo imperativo è peraltro diffusa nel Mediterraneo orientale, almeno sino al III secolo, e imita le invocazioni pagane come Nemesis, Sabazio, Eracle, Zeus. In ogni caso, non era specifica di questi contenitori, essendo attestata ad esempio sulle mura urbiche di Tomis, all'ingresso di un'abitazione a Sardis, sul dromos di una tomba a camera Callatis del IV-VI secolo, in un edificio sacro a Cnido, su icone e amuleti, su sigilli, su statue di imperatori o di duces, su anfore, su una vaschetta lustrale del V-VI secolo da Beroe, ora conservata al Museo di Tucea, su una cava a Dokimia in Turchia per invocare la protezione divina su persone, strutture, attività commerciali e umane. Talora viene ricordato anche il nome dell'artigiano o del proprietario dell'impianto che realizzò il tappo o plausibilmente il suo contenitore. Sulla matrice di Callatis leggiamo prodotto da Giovanni, figlio di Chiras, accompagnato da croci e seguito dall'invocazione appena ricordata. Dalle matrici rimane soltanto una foto non chiarissima della matrice e la lettura proposta è quella di Emil Popescu. Frali, il primo editore, seguito da Barnea, preferiva invece Ioanni Chirados, Hibda Lefapoma. Si noterà per entrambe le soluzioni l'inusitata abbreviazione di Ioannes, figlio di Chiras, antroponimo rarissimo noto in Bittinia, Galazia e Palestina. Nella seconda soluzione è inspiegabile il termine Kibda, mentre per Lefapoma si è proposto un legame con il già ricordato Labepoma, con errata trascrizione di Omega in Omicron. Ma si noterà in ogni caso che nella pesante matrice le lettere sono ordinate da sinistra a destra, non al contrario, come ci si attenderebbe. In effetti su un tappo frammentario, sempre da Callatis, si legge da destra a sinistra di Chiras, associato all'incomprensibile oparcli, come se questa fosse una prassi abituale, scrivere al contrario, dell'officina. Altri officinatores e domini potrebbero identificarsi nel Tefisos di Callatis, equiparabile al Tesifon di Tergeste, in Italia, nella Culia di Nicolitel, trascrizione dal latino Aquila o Aquilinus, ma ancora diffusa in Oriente nel IV-VII secolo, nel Timidos di Axiopolis, seguito dalle lettere Psa, secondo Barnea per Psaltes, Citaredo, forse invece più plausibilmente un patronimico come Psammis o un aggettivo come Psafeos, aspro, secco, riferito al contenuto del recipiente, o psamatos, sabbioso, con allusione all'impasto giallastro dell'argilla di questi tappi, o al verbo psauo, tocco, sfioro. Più dubitativamente in Aeimo, dalla stessa città, forse si potrebbe plausibilmente vedere ad esempio un Teimocrates, un Teimogenes, un Teimoteos o altri nomi simili. Ben diverso è il caso di Capidava. Qui un coperchio per Dolia fu probabilmente realizzato a mano a imitazione di quelli a matrice circolanti nell'area. Sulla superficie a fresco fu raffigurato con uno stecco un rozzo cavallo, secondo il primo editore, ma oppure una pecora, insomma comunque un quadrupede, ed inciso il nome Sulas, un nominativo, un nome però a dire il vero non attestato, forse riconducibile al Sulos di Perinthos in Tracia, unica attestazione nel II secolo d.C., o al Brisulas, noto in Macedonia nel II secolo d.C., forse riferito, alcuni hanno ipotizzato, a un soldato della cavalleria catafratta che avrebbe occupato ancora il forte anche in questa età, oppure più verosimilmente un operaio che lavorava nella città. Sempre nella fortezza fu rinvenuta anche una matrice sulla quale potrebbe essere stato inciso il nome Eucleides o Teocleides, preceduto da una croce. Come già accennato a questo repertorio, ora si aggiungono gli 11 nuovi esemplari da Ibida, alcuni di incerta provenienza. I motivi, quando presenti, rimangono quelli già visti in altri insediamenti della Dobrugia, mentre eccezionale una croce greca patente ornata di cerchielli. I bordi sono talora rialzati e come Axiopolis e Ulmetum verticali e non svasati. In alcuni casi la decorazione prosegue sul bordo stesso. Il diametro dalla faccia superiore oscilla fra i 12 e i 19 cm, lo spessore è di circa 1,5 cm. I pomelli sono tozzi e quadrangolari e variano dai 2,5 ai 3,7 cm e alti fra gli 1,5 e i 2,8. I testi, quando sono presenti, sono frammentari e di difficile interpretazione. In questo caso il Taz, che solo ipoteticamente potrebbe associarsi al nome Eustachios, attestato in età cristiana su un capitello di Callatis e dipinto su 2 anfore da Istria del V-VI secolo. Nel nostro caso portato dall'imprenditore che smerciava i contenitori ricoperti del tappo. Oppure ancora il misterioso Ize, forse forse anche attestata la comune formula Amen, con AN, con N reversa, forse per M. Frequenti anche in questo caso i cerchiegli alla fine delle aste orizzontali o verticali. Se sulla natura di questi oggetti non vi è ombra di dubbio, è difficile invece identificarne i contenitori ai quali essi sono associati, alcuni dei quali sicuramente destinati a liquidi. Le dimensioni hanno fatto pensare in alcuni casi a dei dolia, lo abbiamo detto prima, Istria, Capidava, forse Ibida. Il tappo triangolare di Axiopolis era forse legato a un'idria. In alcuni casi si è pensato a olle, vasi da cucina, da non confondere comunque con le casseruole, di varia dimensione prodotte in loco, come inequivocabilmente dimostra la presenza delle matrici. Più difficile è invece l'associazione con le anfore, scartate le numerose importazioni rinvenute in Dobrugia, a meno che non vogliamo ipotizzare attappi che sono stati realizzati in un secondo momento in Dobrugia per ricoprire un'anfora di importazione, quando il recipiente, quelli della serie Telita, prodotte nel stabilimento individuato da Baumann fra Nicolite e Ibida, sembrerebbero databili soltanto al IV secolo e comunque, quindi prima, e dunque si caratterizzerebbero per un'apertura di appena 10-12 cm inadatta a ospitare molti di questi tappi. La presenza di queste formule, accompagnata spesso da simboli che rinviano al mondo cristiano, è stata posta in rapporto a un uso cultuale dei coperchi e dei corrispondenti recipienti o alla loro produzione in figline appartenenti al clero. In realtà, se è difficile associare i tappi a oggetti rituali, è più probabile che frasi e segni, in particolare croce e staurogramma, avessero una funzione più didascalica che istituzionale, volta ad augurare una buona sorte dell'utente o a indicare la proprietà del contenitore o dei prodotti che vi si conservavano, piuttosto che a sottolineare la fede o la proprietà dell'oggetto. I pochi contesti noti rinviano d'altronde a magazzini o abitazioni private o a edifici pubblici di uso civile come a Dinoghezia, magazzino e forse pretorium incendiati al principio del VI secolo, o a Istria. Il tappo per dolium giunge dalla piazza centrale, altri materiali dal quartiere di Rappresentanza oppure dal quartiere delle Domus, alle spalle della basilica paleocristiana e nei pressi della cosiddetta residenza del vescovo. A Ulmetum dei tappi furono trovati in un vano di servizio accanto a un ambiente absidato, abbandonato forse quando la fortezza fu distrutta intorno al 513. A Ibida, la piccola croce fu rinvenuta fra i 2 brevi tratti di muro paralleli che individuano forse un edificio ancora totalmente interrato presso la Curtina di età giustinianea o di poco posteriore. Si configurano invece come Orrea gli ambienti presso la Curtina X, dove fu trovato il frammento con le lettere Tau, Alfa e Theta. I seppur labili dati offerti dall'archeologia e il confronto con le produzioni di area egea e micrasiatica sembrerebbero circoscrivere peraltro i nostri reperti al VI secolo, un dato forse confermato, secondo Barni e Popescu, dal confronto paleografico con i bolli sul laterizio che l'imperatore Anastasio, fra il 491 e il 518, destinò al restauro delle mura, almeno a Istria e di Noghetia, mattoni trovati in associazione ai tappi di Ulmetum e con il piatto d'argento dedicato dal vescovo Paternus che resse la cattedra di Tomis fra il 498 e il 520. In particolare si noteranno la forma della A con traversa spezzata, che abbiamo notato per esempio su pezzi di Bida, Callati, Stomi e Istria, e di lambda e omega quasi corsive. In questo senso le monete di Arcadio associate ai tappi di Marcianopolis rappresenterebbero soltanto un terminus postquem, mentre più problematica è la cronologia al V secolo per i tappi di Axiopolis. Passando ai centri di produzione, Barnea pensava di individuarli lungo la costa del Mar Nero, Callatis, Tomis, Istria, e le fortezze danubiane, Axiopolis, oggi possiamo dire Capidava, di Noghetia. A questo quadro, invece, talvolta fondato su indizi labilissimi, ora dobbiamo aggiungere Tropeium Traiani e, guardando alla Bulgaria, almeno Augusta Traiana e forse Marcianopolis. In questo contesto è possibile che alcuni dei tappi di Nicolizzel provenissero, come già detto, dalla vicina di Noghetia, senza trascurare la figlina di Vale Amurilor Telita. Per i Bida sarebbe affascinante ipotizzare una produzione locale ai Bida, che solo il proseguo delle indagini sull'insediamento e sulle argille potrebbero confermare o più semplicemente sostenere che i traffici frequentissimi con Istria, l'amico Lucrezio ha più volte dimostrato, noti sin dall'età ellenistica, hanno continuato ininterrotti sino all'età bizantina. Bene, vi ringrazio per la cortese attenzione. Scusate se sono stato un po' lungo.
Non, non, pas du tout, Antonio. Mes félicitations pour cette enquête assez importante en ce qui concerne les couvercles. Moi aussi, j'ai flirté longtemps avec cette idée de faire un catalogue de tous les couvercles dans la Provence, parce qu'apparemment, personne ne veut pas. Mais à la fin, on peut voir les conclusions historiques. Et les conclusions historiques sont assez importantes. Donc, mes félicitations et je voudrais vous dire qu'il y a encore quelques couvercles qui ne sont pas publiés à Capidava, toujours assez intéressantes. Et j'aimerais savoir si vous en avez l'intention de publier cette étude, parce que, à mon avis, c'est assez important, assez utile.
Sì, no, beh, in effetti ci sto lavorando da un po' di tempo e sì, ho colto questa occasione per mostrarvelo e per confrontarmi con degli specialisti, però sì, la mia intenzione, anch'io credo come te, io anche sia necessario una pubblicazione. Perché oramai ce ne sono troppi, sono sparsi, e invece metterli tutti assieme potrebbe, non dico portare a delle conclusioni, ma aiutare anche ulteriori ragionamenti, uno strumento di lavoro. Però sì, pensavo di pubblicarli prima o poi e mi sto già attivando in questo senso e penso di farlo.
Peut-être après le Covid.
Anzi, scusami, se anzi mi volessi segnalare quelli inediti da Capidava, io ti ringrazierei moltissimo, perché sono veramente curioso a questo punto.
Après le Covid, peut-être qu'il serait utile de prendre une enquête dans le dépôt des musées à Constanța, à Tulcea, aussi de l'Institut à Bucarest, parce que les photos, l'illustration sur les couvercles, c'est pas assez bonne. C'était fait dans les années 70 par Ion Barnea avec les moyens techniques.
C'est le période là, oui, c'est vrai.
Voilà, ok. Donc, est-ce que vous en avez des questions de...
Juste une simple remarque. Je te remercie, Antonio, d'avoir mis en évidence là où il était possible, les lieux de découverte, parce que c'est vraiment important et dans la littérature, on n'a pas vraiment donné une attention spéciale à la connexion entre le lieu de découverte et le texte proprement dit, ou objet proprement dit. Et je donnerai un seul exemple, donc à Istria, dans le quartier Domus. Donc là, ce quartier se trouve juste à côté de la basilique épiscopale. Et une des maisons qui est englobée dans ce quartier a à son tour une petite basilique. Donc, elle a été mise en liaison, on ne sait pas certainement, bien sûr, avec un personnage qui a affaire d'une façon ou d'une autre avec le monde ecclésiastique. Donc, il est important de voir dans ces cas surtout des objets de facture chrétienne, non seulement qui était le fabricant, mais aussi qui était l'acheteur. Ça, c'est important. Et ta communication met en évidence un petit peu, bon, dans le cas où il est possible, donc qui étaient aussi les acheteurs, non seulement les fabricants.
Malheureusement, j'ai trouvé très peu d'indications, malheureusement. Pourquoi? C'est comme tu dis, cet objet très intéressant, ils ont intéressé surtout des antiquaires qui n'avaient pas une sensibilité archéologique, qu'il est nécessaire. Si on change, comme tu as bien dit dans ce moment, les contextes changent les significats de cet objet. On donne un significat plus important. Malheureusement, très peu d'indications.
Alors, oui, c'est bien vrai que le contexte est assez important et dans le cas qu'on peut mettre les objets en relation avec le contexte, c'est idéal, bien sûr. Merci bien aussi pour la restitution épigraphique, parce que aussi pour Capidava, j'ai vu quelques solutions qui sont tout à fait intéressantes. Je suis tellement...
Cher ami, je suis malade aussi que Lucrezio d'épigraphie. Nous sommes des fous qui cherchent de reconstruire ce que quelquefois il est possible à reconstruire.
Ioan?
Oui, Ivo veut ajouter quelque chose.
Can I have a word first? Hi, Antonio.
Oui.
I just like to add a comment because I saw that you use only Augusta Traiana as an example for trace, and it is certainly because of the lack of publications of this in Bulgaria. But recently, there is a kind of how to say interest to this stuff, and some more examples are coming out. And in the site when I'm working in South Trace near Dragonovo, which is 50 kilometers away from Plovdiv in east direction, we have two archaeological sites with these pieces of this issue. One of them is in early Christian monastery, which is which is typical, but the other part of fragments are coming from a castle. So in this case, we have two different contexts as a foundation, the founding spot. So it's very interesting, and please publish this article. It could be like a push to the Bulgarians to work on this.
No, ti ringrazio Ivo, se poi mi puoi mandare, ti ricontatterò queste ulteriori indicazioni. In effetti io mi sono concentrato molto sugli aspetti della Dobrugia, anche se poi ho dovuto fare riferimenti ai ritrovamenti della Bulgaria. Ammetto la lacuna, sì, non sono riuscito dall'Italia a trovare molte indicazioni, ma se poi mi più tardi privatamente, se mi potessi appunto dare queste ulteriori indicazioni, te ne sarei grato, perché i confronti con l'area è quella, cercare di capire come si sono diffusi questi materiali, credo che sia molto importante. Grazie.
Yves a bien raison, parce qu'il y a encore de la littérature. Je me rappelle maintenant, par exemple, le 6e volume de la monographie, de la série monographique Diatrus. Sven Conrad a fait la partie céramique, et il y en a beaucoup de couvercles pour les vases à provision et pour les dolia de fossa aussi. Donc, ça, c'est une autre route pour l'avenir. OK. Si c'est bien fini, cette session de questions. Je te remercie encore, Antonio, pour cette excellente enquête. Céramologique et épigraphique à la fois. Et maintenant, j'aimerais bien inviter notre collègue Marianne Coman. Il va nous présenter en anglais Writing Latin in 15th Century Wallachia. Professor Coman, please take the floor.
Thank you. But first, I think I should ask Professor Antonio Iba to close share screening.
Sì. Excuse me. Allora, questo qui. Basta, l'abbiamo chiuso. Adesso dovrebbe essere chiuso, no?
Sì. I hope you are able to hear me and to see my PowerPoint. Is everything okay?
Yes, it's okay for me.
Yeah.
Okay,
we
great.
can hear, we can see.
It is a great pleasure and an honor to be part of this conference, and I would like to thank the organizers, Professor Rudolf Dinu, Professor Lucrețiu Bârliba, and last but not least, Professor Ioan Cuza for the efforts to bring us together even in these difficult circumstances. My mission today is rather difficult. After having spent the whole morning and part of the afternoon in the ever-fascinating Roman Empire, I'm asking you now to skip forward 1,000 years and to enter a small Christian polity on the verge of becoming an Ottoman province. After having enjoyed 7 excellent but also dense papers, I'm asking you to concentrate for one more. Fortunately, I do have an ace up my sleeve that I hope will grab your attention and serve me as a guide to make you acquainted with 15th century Wallachia. He is no other than the famous Vlad the Impaler, the Wallachian prince that a few years ago made the National Geographic list of 14 notorious villains. He lost the cover to Blackbeard the pirate, but he won an honorary mention along with Genghis Khan, Ivan the Terrible, and Herod. My story starts in the 1890s, when a young Romanian historian was searching through the Munich archives and libraries looking for sources pertinent to the history of Romanians. The young student, in his early 20s, was Nicolae Iorga. Browsing through manuscripts, Iorga came across a 15th century miscellaneous codex that included a letter sent by Vlad the Impaler to the Hungarian king, Matthias Corvinus. The content of the letter was shocking, and Iorga, who is otherwise known for his copious publications, decided not to make it public, at least not yet. One has to remember that in late 19th century, Vlad was portrayed by Romanian scholars and writers alike as the archetypical just ruler, a romantic hero who defended the realm against the Ottomans. The Munich letter told a different story, that of a bloodthirsty prince that killed indiscriminately Christians and Muslims, and most unexpectedly was keen to keep a rigorous count of his victims. The letter describes in detail Vlad's campaign on the Ottoman side of the Danube in the winter of 1461-1462, and includes a comprehensive death count of his victims, which specifies how many Turks and Bulgarians had been killed by his men and where these massacres happened. The total amount was astoundingly precise, 23,884. The figure, impressively high and appallingly specific, was actually a low estimate, as the Wallachian prince regretfully informed the Hungarian king that he did not know the precise number of those who burned in their houses or whose heads have not been cut off and added to the tally. Qui aliter non sint ostesi aut indomibus combusti, vorum numerum ignoramus. Arguably, these are rather the words of a mass murderer than those of a national hero. A few years after Iorga's Munich discovery, his older friend and future brother-in-law Ioan Bogdan decided to take down Vlad the Impaler from the national pantheon and publish a controversial monograph depicting the 15th century Wallachian prince as, I quote, a sad product of a barbaric age and of an inherited pathological nature. Iorga entrusted a copy of the Munich letter to Bogdan, who, rather surprisingly, made little use of it. The Latin letter was edited in an excursus of the book with a short Romanian digest, without any further comments, as Bogdan claimed that, I quote, its content doesn't change anything in the conclusions we drew so far, so we edit it here without any further comment. Bogdan's vigorous attack had little impact on Vlad's image, and Romanian scholars struggled to come to grips with the Munich letter, which did not square with the heroic image of Vlad. Finally, in the early 1980s, an Iași-based historian, Constantin Stoide, decided to get rid, once and for all, of this inconvenient document. Stoide claimed that the whole letter was a modern forgery, a youngster's joke. And although he did not explicitly name Iorga, he was clearly pointing to him. Ironically, while Stoide's article was in print, a second copy of the letter was discovered in a Wolfenbüttel manuscript. And the theory of the modern forgery instantly collapsed. However, Andrei Corbea, the scholar who found the second copy, advanced another theory to exonerate Vlad. According to Corbea, the letter was indeed a forgery, not a modern, but a medieval one, and its instigator was the Hungarian king who wanted to denigrate the Wallachian prince in the eyes of the papacy. In spite of the Romanian scholars' long-lasting reluctance to accept the authenticity of this letter, there is little doubt to my mind that it was authored by Vlad the Impaler and that it was written by the Wallachian chancery. Of the several diplomatic and linguistic arguments one could bring, I would like to single out only one word, regniculum. While portraying his realm as a central piece of the Antemurale Christianitatis, the bulwark of Christendom, Vlad described his principality as a little realm, regniculum. In 15th century Neo-Latin political terminology, such a diminutive has always had a pejorative value. As a Regulus was not a true rex, but rather a toy king, regniculum was not a true kingdom. However, in Vlad's letter, regniculum was not a pejorative, but rather an effective diminutive, unique to my knowledge in Neo-Latin texts. Fortunately, another 15th century Wallachian document made use of the same diminutive, ascribing to it precisely the same meaning. However, this was not a Latin document, but a Slavonic one. In a letter sent by Vladislav II, Vlad's predecessor, to the Saxon city of Kronstadt, today Brașov, the Wallachian prince referred to his little realm as Zemlița. As regniculum is undocumented in 15th century Neo-Latin texts, so is Zemlița in the Slavonic ones. Undoubtedly, both words had been coined by the Wallachian scribes in order to convey, as close as possible, the phrases uttered by their prince. Both regniculum and Zemlița were actually long translations, calqued after the Romanian țărișoară. There are two important points here. Firstly, in mid-15th century, the Wallachian princes were Romanian native speakers. Secondly, some of them were keen to have their words translated accurately and presumably were knowledgeable enough to make sure that their scribes reflected truthfully their thoughts and sayings. In the case of Slavonic, a further proof is the 1442 letter sent by the Prince of Wallachia to the Saxon city of Brașov, which comprises a blunt swearing, one involving wives, mothers, and dogs. One can hardly imagine a scribe including such a phrase in an official letter unless he was explicitly required to do so. As for the Latin documents, there are numerous examples that suggest the rigorous control exerted by the Wallachian princes on the content of their letters. I selected just one such example, taken from a letter sent by the same Vlad the Impaler, who wrote to his neighboring Saxons soon after his accession to the throne. Consideradum est vobis, quando homo vel dominus est potens et fortis, tunc pacem potes facere sicut vult, cum autem impotens erit, fortior super eum veniet, faciet secum sicut vult. Obviously, Vlad was not a very subtle political thinker, and these words of wisdom were most likely dictated personally by him. The first Romanian scholar that tried to uncover Vlad's personality by carefully analyzing his Latin letters was Maria Holban, in a seminal paper published in 1943. More recently, the philologist Ana Cristina Halicheas explored the grammatical, lexical, and stylistical peculiarities of the Latin documents issued by the Wallachian Chancery. My own research draws on these previous studies, but my take on the subject is slightly different, as I'm less interested in the language content, but in the choices of language itself. My research question is quite straightforward. Why did the 15th century Wallachian princes use Latin at all? I'll try to convince you that this question is less stupid than it might look, and that there is no simple answer to it. Before tackling the problem, let me first give you a short introduction into the history of the Wallachian Chancery prior to the 15th century. It will be quite brief. The Chancery came into being only in the last decades of the 14th century, as the oldest extant documents are 5 diplomas issued by Vladislav around 1370. Of these, 3 are in Latin, 1 in Greek, and 1 in Old Church Slavonic. The Latin and Greek diplomas were written by the beneficiaries and not by the princely chancery. It is only with the 5th document, the Slavonic Charter for the Monastery of Vodica, that the Wallachian Chancery began to develop its own practices and to devise its own language. From now on, all the Wallachian diplomas will be written in Old Church Slavonic, and the use of Latin will be restricted to some external treaties, privileges, and letters. The most consistent corpus of Latin princely documents, approximately 50, comes from the archives of the Transylvanian Saxon cities of Kronstadt and Hermannstadt, today Brașov and Sibiu. However, in the same archives, there is a quadruple amount of Slavonic documents written by the same Wallachian Chancery and addressed to the same recipients. As a ballpark figure, for every Latin letter sent to the Saxon cities, the Wallachian princes wrote another 4 or 5 Slavonic ones. As you would expect, the ratio varies from one prince to another, from approximately 1:1 in the case of Vlad the Impaler to 1:10, that is 1 Latin letter for every 10 Slavonic ones in the case of his father. To make things more difficult, only half of the dialogue between the Wallachian princes and the Saxon cities was preserved. As there is no extant Wallachian princely archive, none of the letters sent by the Saxons survived. Therefore, we do not even know what language or languages they used. The sole exception is a letter sent by the Brașov city to Vlad the Monk, Vlad the Impaler's younger brother, that somehow found its way back to the Saxon archives, and as you can see, it was written in Slavonic. Therefore, we can safely state that the Saxon cities were perfectly capable of communicating in Slavonic. Why it is then that every once in a while, the Wallachian princes decided that a Latin letter was preferable to a Slavonic one. Today, I will narrow down my analysis to a handful of documents, the ones that are the most unusual, as they are bilingual. From a formulaic point of view, the Slavonic and the Latin letters were quite different. There are many discrepancies, but the most visually striking one is the monogram, a chancery signature, usually written in red, comprising the prince's abbreviated name and title, which can be found on every Slavonic document. Throughout the 15th century, only 4 Latin documents issued by the Wallachian princes were adorned with a Slavonic monogram. The first such document is the commercial privilege issued on the 10th of November, 1424. The date is important as on the precise same day, the Wallachian prince issued a Slavonic privilege that virtually had the same content. The only major change was the list of witnesses. On the margins of the Slavonic document, the scribe added the name of the Wallachian nobles that were endorsing the document. Instead, the Latin version was mentioning the names of those Saxons that negotiated the deal with the Wallachian prince. Obviously, the Latin version was meant for a Saxon audience, and in this regard, the choice of language made perfect sense. Tellingly, the princely monogram in the Latin diploma was twice as big as the one in the Slavonic charter. This detail also reveals that the monogram was drawn after the document was written and therefore specifically adapted to it. 7 years later, in 1431, the same prince's chancery issued the strangest 15th century Wallachian document. The parchment actually comprises 2 documents written by 2 different scribes in 2 different languages. The bottom half is the Slavonic privilege given in 1441, whereas the top half is a copy of the Latin privilege given by Mircea to the Saxons in 1413. The 2 documents were linked by a brief notice at the end of the Latin document that referred to the Carta Bulgarica subannotata. The sequence of events can thus be reconstructed. In August 1414, Mircea's chancery issued 2 privileges with a similar content for the Saxons, one in Latin, the other in Slavonic. 28 years later, the Saxons wanted their privilege renewed, so they brought along one of the previous documents from 1414. Most interestingly, they chose to bring along the Latin diploma and not the Slavonic one. In order to understand why, we should add to our analysis one of the most important Wallachian social groups, the Saxon patrician elite. The earliest Wallachian urban communities, Câmpul Lung, Argeș, Târgoviște, Râmnic, comprised numerous Saxons, some of which were close to the princely chancery and to the princely court. The Wallachian urban elites were well connected with the Transylvanian Saxons, with the German emperor, and even with Rome. Such a Wallachian Saxon, Peterman of Câmpul Lung, was attending in 1443 the coronation of Sigismund in Rome, and was asking Pope Eugene IV to grant indulgences for the Church of St. James in his native Wallachian town. Most likely, the Transylvanian Saxons were expecting some help from the Wallachian Saxons in the arduous negotiations with the prince. But the Wallachian Saxons were equally useful to the Wallachian prince. In 1441, the prince referred to one such patrician as to our Lord and our perpetual attendant. This letter, the 3rd Latin document adorned with a Slavonic monogram, was addressed to all dignitaries of the Hungarian kingdom and contained a rare request. The Wallachian prince was trying to track down a certain Greek that robbed his treasury and entrusted his Saxon subject with the mission of finding him. The multicultural nature of 15th century Wallachia is best encapsulated by this document. A Wallachian prince, fluent in Slavonic, he is the one with the squaring, was giving a Latin letter with a Slavonic monogram to one of his Saxon subjects in order to catch a fugitive Greek. The 4th and the last bilingual document dates from 1453. The Wallachian prince was arranging a secret transport of weapons from Brașov to the Black Sea fortress of Chilia via Târgoviște and Brăila. The prince, who was afraid of potential Ottoman retaliations, asked the Saxons to conduct the whole business covertly, caute et secrete, caute et occulte. The language was a warranty of secrecy. The Saxons and the Wallachians were literally speaking the same idiom against the Turks. Each of these four examples reveals a different reason behind the choice of Latin as language of communication. A prince could opt for Latin at the Saxons' requests, as it is the case with the commercial privileges, or on his own initiative. The language could hide a secret, or on the contrary, could convey a public statement. There are numerous other examples of Wallachian Latin letters that would deserve a close scrutiny, but I decided to use the last minutes of my paper to frame this subject in a larger scholarly controversy. My contention is that the Wallachian princes' use of Latin, selectively, purposefully, and quite frequently abusively, mirrors their approach to the different cultural models they were exposed to. Throughout the 19th and the 20th century, scholars differed and argued over the nature of the early Wallachian lordship, as the debates were fueled by the ideological implications of each of the three competing models, the Byzantine, the Latin, and the autochthonous Romanian. For a long time, Nicolae Iorga, by far the most influential Romanian scholar, favored the autochthonous model, arguing that early Wallachia was some kind of peasant monarchy rooted in the indigenous Demotic Romanias that survived the fall of the Roman Empire. The archaeological discoveries made in 1920 at Argeș, at the court of the first Basarabs, forced Iorga to amend his interpretation. Facing new evidence, silk clothing, rings, bearing Latin inscriptions, and especially a Gothic castle-shaped gilded buckle, Iorga acknowledged that the early Basarabs were more Western-like princes than Romanian peasants. Despite Iorga's graceful revision, the notion of an indigenous model continued to appeal to scholars, mostly due to its nationalist value. By the same token, the Byzantine template was cherished for its pan-Orthodox implications, while the Latin one was eagerly embraced by those looking for a historical precedent of modern Romanians' Western vocation. As a direct consequence, the debate suffered from a lack of conceptual clarity with regard to the correlation between language, material culture, ethnicity, political practice, and identity. As a rule of thumb, Romanian scholars interpreted any Slavo-Byzantine influence as a defining template, whereas any corresponding Latin inspiration was viewed as inconsequential. To give just one example, the matrimonial alliances that tied the Basarabs to the Slavo-Byzantine world were judged by a different standard than those that connected them to the Hungarian kingdom. The Wallachian brides of the Bulgarian and Serbian rulers and nobles, and above all, the hypothetical Byzantine wives of the Wallachian lords, were viewed as decisive proofs for the integration into a commonwealth. In contrast, the Hungarian matrimonial alliances of the Wallachian lords, undoubtedly documented, unlike the Byzantine ones, were usually regarded as circumstantial political compromises. The Catholic wife became something of a scapegoat for scholars who were at pains to explain why the Byzantine lords of Wallachia consented to the foundation of a Latin bishopry near their first court in Argeș, were encouraging the building of a Catholic church nearby their second court in Târgoviște. At the beginning of the 15th century, the lords of Wallachia were benefactors and patrons of several monastic foundations. Some were linked to the Eastern Christian traditions, Cutrumuciu, Kozia, Tisman, Aznagov, while others were part of the Latin monastic networks, the Cistercian monastery from Cârța or the Franciscan and Dominican convents from Câmpul Lung and Târgoviște. Certainly, the two sets of influences exerted on the Wallachian elite were not on a par. Nevertheless, by simply stating that the Wallachian lords were more Byzantine than Latin, one misses out an important point. They were both. Unwilling to choose to be either Byzantine or Latin, the Wallachian lords cherry-picked those ideas, objects, and people that in a specific context suited them best. Actually, due to the ethnic and religious diversity of the Wallachian realm, their success depended on the ability to draw on several different sources of authority. Instead of conceptualizing the Wallachian borrowings from Byzantium or from the Latin Europe in terms of cultural transplantation, a more fruitful way would be to view them as selective appropriations. The 15th century Wallachian elites were equally conversant in several political languages, and they were able to translate from one to another, both literally and figuratively. Thank you.
We thank you very much, Professor Coman. I was sure from the very beginning that you are going to offer us a brilliant demonstration. You did it. For the ones who have not yet experienced with your kind of presentations. And now I'd like to ask our colleagues if there are any observations or remarks, questions to this very, very interesting paper. So it looks like we are all bouche bée. No remark, no question.
If I understand correctly, it was more a question of practicality for them to be open to the customs of the neighbors in Transylvania and the kingdoms from Central Europe. They were practically forced to use the both languages to communicate, and until the political and international situation in Wallachia, especially in the mid 13th century, 14th century, was not stable, they keep doing this balance between the Byzantine Commonwealth, you called it, or the Slavonic power at south of the Danube, and the Latin Europe, especially the Hungarian kingdom.
Yes, basically there are two main points that I'm trying to argue. First of all, as you correctly put it, is that the entire process is locally driven, that they were the agents basically building their own political languages and borrowing different ideas and different words from the cultural models that surround them. Probably the most interesting case, it's the least known, is the Mongol one. But if we are thinking, for instance, to the signet of succession, the idea of royal blood that was common to the Latin and to the Byzantine world, in Wallachia we have the idea of royal bone, which comes directly from the Mongols. So we have to throw the Mongol model also in the mix. And secondly, I suggest that 14th and 15th century Wallachia was much more diverse than we are usually thinking, because our perspective is distorted by what happened afterwards, by the post-Byzantine and Ottoman Wallachia, which basically erased a lot of diversity. We are thinking that early Wallachia was actually more Byzantine than it was, because during the Ottoman times we have this post-Byzantine, and we are looking to the early past to these lenses.
Thank you. And this diversity was covered up in the 19th century by the nationalistic historiography also.
Yes.
Okay. If there aren't any other comments, I'd like to pass the floor to Professoressa Manuela Dobre for ending this very dense afternoon session with a paper that is called The Vlachs in the 11th, 12th century Byzantine Sources, but not before saying that we arrange in this particular way the program at request, because Professoressa Dobre, as Antonio Iba had classes, so we had to be very careful on the way we arrange the interventions. So, Professoressa Dobre, please. You should unmute the microphone. Yes.
Now it's okay?
Now it's okay. It's okay.
Thank you. Okay. Hello to everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this event and thank them for inviting me again to speak about Byzantine sources, and also to thank you for attending this presentation. I think choosing a theme such as the Vlachs in the Byzantine sources of the 11th and 12th century for my exposure can be justified by the desire to study more closely the problems related to one of the important stages, the medieval one, of the evolution of the Oriental Romanity, whose research is still far from being completed. Although many opinions have been expressed in Romanian historiography, some even contradictory, however, with the passage of time, we believe that it is necessary to reassess the perspective on the sources of that time, as well as the reinterpretation of some elements. In the last centuries, in addressing the issue of the evolution of the South Danubian Romanity in the Middle Ages, the small number of historical sources on its history and the political influence on science in the national states of Southeastern Europe led to the formulation of diverse points of view, some even opposite, on the most important aspects of the history and the civilization of the Balkan Vlachs: the ethnic substratum, the primitive habitat, or the status of their language, the idiom spoken by them. Without a strong political structure, a church of its own, and written culture until the end of the 18th century, the society of the Balkan Vlachs was predominantly oral, which explains the absence of direct evidence of the image the Vlachs had on their own identity. For this reason, the information about them provided to us by the sources made by their neighbors is of a particular importance. Of this, the Byzantines one are worth mentioning because the Vlachs came to their attention as early as the 9th century and remain so until the 15th century. Following the penetration of the Slavs to the south of Danube, most of the Romanized populations in the Balkans ended up being assimilated by them, and some took refuge in the mountains, which led to the loss of its compact block character and the beginning of a division in several branches. The recapture of the territories of the Balkan Peninsula by the emperors of the Macedonian dynasty brought to the attention of the Byzantine authors the Balkan Vlachs, presented as a distinct nation in relation to their neighbors. They consisted of three distinct branches, the northern branch, which inhabited the slopes of the Balkan mountains, the southern branch, which included the Vlachs of Albania, Macedonia, Epirus, Thessaly, and the rest of Greece, and the western one, located in the central and northern part of the former Yugoslavia. This last branch came to the attention of historical sources a little later, around 1200, with the creation of the Serbian state, which is why we will not deal with it in our presentation. As I mentioned before, I focus my attention on the work of Byzantine historians from the 11th and 12th centuries in search of evidence about the Balkan Vlachs. And for that period, the most relevant information from the perspective of our theme can be found in the works of Kekaumenos, Anakomnene, John Kinamos, and Niketas Choniates. Kekaumenos is the family name of the otherwise unidentified Byzantine author of the Strategikon, a manual on military and household affairs, composed in the 11th century, probably around 1078. He was apparently of Georgian-Armenian origin and the grandson of the Dukes of Hellas. Anakomnene was a Byzantine princess and author of the Alexiad, an account of the reign of her father, the Byzantine emperor Alexios I Komnenos. John Kinamos was imperial secretary in Greek Grammaticos of the Emperor Manuel I and the author of a history that covered the years 1118 to 1176, thereby continuing the Alexiad of Anakomnene and covering the reigns of John II and Manuel I, until Manuel's unsuccessful campaign against the Turks, which ended with the disastrous battle of Myriokephalon. And finally, Niketas Choniates was a Byzantine government official and historian, and he wrote a history of the Eastern Roman Empire from 1118 to 1207. In order to give a certain coherence to the presentation, I set out to address some issues relevant to shaping a clear pictures of the origins of the Vlachs, as it can be outlined from the information provided by the source of the time. The first of these problems is related to the geographical location and origin on the Vlachs. From this point of view, very important are the information about the Vlachs that Kekaumenos gives us when he talks about the uprising of the inhabitants of Larissa in Thessaly in 1066. The Byzantine author states that the Vlachs who participated in this revolt are the so-called Dacians, also called Besi, who once lived near the Danube and Saos, and I quote now, a river we now call Sava, I ended the quote, in places fortified by nature and difficult to reach. This passage leaves no doubt as to the Danube origin of the Vlachs in the Larissa region, although when it comes to the circumstances in which they arrive here, the information given by Kekaumenos is quite unclear. But the archaic ethnonyms, Dacians and Besi, are used to indicate the author's belief that the Vlachs in the region originated in the Romanized Danube provinces, mainly South Danubian Dacia and Mercia. In addition, Kekaumenos' testimony is confirmed by other medieval sources. Thus, at the beginning of the 14th century, a Dominican monk in the service of Carol of Valois provided information obtained on the spot about the Vlachs from Macedonia and Greece, who arrived here, he said, from Pannonia under the pressure of the Hungarians. But one of the most important testimonies is that offered by a hagiographic source from the 7th century, Miracula Sancti Demetrii, edited by Paul Lemerle in 1979-1981. The second book of this hagiographic source, written around 680, attests the presence of townspeople from Serdica and Naissus in Thessalonica, refugees here because of the attacks of the Slavs and the Avars. Besides, the same source shows an episode that takes place around 620, namely the deportations by the Avars of a large number of prisoners from the Romanized Danube provinces in Pannonia. Decades later, the descendants of these prisoners who have kept their Christian faith and language take refuge in Macedonia and neighboring regions, right where, a few centuries later, Caecaumenos attested their presence and their origin from the Danube provinces. Other information on the origin of the Balkan Vlachs can be found in the Chronicle of John Kinamos, speaking about one of Manuel I Comnenus' campaigns against Hungary. The Byzantine historian states that along with one of his armies was a large crowd of Vlachs, who are said to be longtime settlers of those from Italy. Well acquainted with the ethnic realities of the empire, Kinamos was cautious in explaining the Latin origins of the Vlachs, even though he seemed to be aware of the ideas circulating in this regard. The problem of the geographical origin of the Vlach enlisted in the army of Manuel I in 1166 caused a series of controversies in historiography, but it is hard to believe that it could be about the Romanians from the North Danube, who do not appear in the Byzantine sources from this period. In the 11th and 12th centuries, their authors, the Byzantine authors, were especially interested in the dominant political factor beyond the Danube, namely the Pechenegs and the Cumans, who often endangered the South Danubian provinces of the Byzantine Empire. A few decades later, another Byzantine historian, Niketas Choniates, tells us about the revolt of the Vlachs in the Hemus area, caused by additional taxes set by Emperor Isaac II Angelos to end his marriage to the daughter of the King of Hungary. Choniates talks about the barbarians of Mount Hemus, who were once called Mysieni, Musoi, and are now called Vlachs. The term Mysieni used in this paragraph is an archaic one, similar to Besi used by Caecaumenos. It should be noted that Niketas was governor of Philippopolis, a city in the present territory of Bulgaria, Plovdiv today. So he can be considered a good connoisseur of the realities of the Balkans, including the situation of the Vlachs. At the origin of the term Mysieni that he uses in the mentioned paragraph, there can be nothing but the name of old Roman province Mysia, located right next to the Danube. And the information recorded by Niketas Choniates attests the Danubian origins of the Vlachs from the Hemus mountain and implicitly their kinship with the Vlachs from the Thessaly region mentioned by Cecaumenos. This opinion was also confirmed by the correspondence between Pope Innocent III and the Tsar of the Vlachs and Bulgarians, Ioniță Caloian. In a letter sent to Ioniță in 1199, 1200, the Pope reminded him that his ancestors are descended from the noble city of Rome, and you also, and I quote, you also have the nobility of your blood from it. I ended the quote. In another letter from 1202, the same pontiff talks about Ioniță's people who claim to descend from the blood of the Romans in an attempt of the Pope to convince them to accept the Catholic confession, so that, I quote again, so that you can also find in the cult the parental customs. That's, at the end of this presentation, we can conclude that the sources from the 11th and 12th centuries provide us with valuable information, even if not always clear, on the origin of the Vlachs from the Balkan Peninsula. By the terms used for their designation, the Byzantine historians of this period link the origin of the southern branch of the Vlachs, as well as that of the northern branch, to the Romanized provinces of from the south of the Danube, especially Dacia and Moesia. It is true that the terminology used is an archaic one, but this is not unique in the landscape of the Byzantine historical literature. This is often seen in the use of archaic ancient names, which have their origins in the Byzantine misconception that different peoples, barbaric or not, from the borders of the empire, and peoples who had only lived in the same territory or had a similar way of life would be identical. Thank you very much for your attention.
We thank you for your paper. And now I shall ask our colleagues for questions or remarks.
I have an outsider curiosity, let's say. I wonder if this mention of Bessi, of Cecaumenos, was not a fact that the author was aware of, let's say, Greek manuscripts from Roman times, because in the same century, in the 11th century, there is Xiphilinos who is an epitometer of Dio Cassius, a little bit later in the 12th, Zonaras, and so on. This is just a curiosity.
Yes, it is possible, because the Byzantine authors always take these archaic names from the old sources, Greek, maybe Roman sources, but almost Greek sources. And it is possible to no, but the Byzantine authors had a big problem, I can say. They never quote their sources. We don't know from where they take such names or other informations.
That's for sure, that they are aware of Roman authors, but Helleноphone ones. So
yes,
like
yes,
Cassius,
yes,
like
yes.
Plutarch, like others.
Yes, it's possible. Some of them knew Latin, some of them, not many, but some of them are good connoisseur of the Latin language, such as Psellos in the 11th century, and Comnen in the 12th century. I think it is very possible that she knew Latin, and other authors in the same period.
But in the precise case of Xiphilenos and Zonaras, of course, they were aware of the manuscripts of Cassius. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's for sure.
Because they even add some pages, short passages in this work.
Luckily, they were luckily aware of the manuscripts, because otherwise the most important passages on the Trajan's War would have been lost. Okay, some other remarks?
Okay, there are many other information about blacks in those sources, and other sources from the 11th and 12th centuries, but the time which I had at my disposal, 20 minutes, forced me to limit the presentation to some aspects of this question, these problems.
Okay, so it was just a teaser. We'll have to wait for the
yes,
next.
Yes, the blacks are the barbarian. They are barbarian from all these authors. They have a nomadic way of life. There are many other information. Even drunkards, I think, from Kekaumenos and.
So. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I guess we had such a good day. I'll ask Professor Bolyai to make a brief summary of today's papers, and at the same time, I'd like to thank you all for the very interesting papers you already presented. Professor.
Thank you. I shall be indeed very brief. It was a full day, but also very dense with the presentation of, as we have seen, new sources, or to value another already known sources. So there were also studies which reminds me the technique, the filigrane technique. So very pointed studies, but also very useful in order to discover new connections between the Balkans, the Danubian countries, and or territories, and and Italy, especially Rome, because we have spoken today, especially on the Roman Empire. We had also 2 papers related to medieval times, but I think this topic can always bring us some new, not only new sources, but also new ways in which we can highlight these connections. So I think even after a day of papers, we can say that new edition of this conference will be welcome. We are looking forward to listen the other papers tomorrow, and I think our colleagues will not only the one who have to present papers, but also our colleagues from Iași, Bucarest, Cluj, and like we have seen, Italy, Bulgaria, should attend the papers from tomorrow. Thank you very much Thank you once again, Rudy, for being host of this conference, and we'll see tomorrow.
Grazie a voi.
Hugs and a salute to Professor Rudolf Dinu and to the photo of the founder of Accademia di Romania. We can see on the
One
wall,
of the founders.
the founder, Vasile Pârvan. Ok.
Thank you all. Grazie a tutti e vi ricordo che è solo la prima giornata, vi aspetto domani.
Grazie.
È difficile trovare l'equilibrio tra le varie sezioni, ma come organizzatori avete la possibilità per la prossima edizione di calibrare meglio diciamo alcuni parti. Siamo aperti a più interventi. Già come numero siamo cresciuti rispetto all'anno scorso e penso che con il vostro contributo potremo arrivare a sezioni diciamo più equilibrate e più ricche. Vi ringrazio e vi aspetto domani mattina, volendo il vostro programma permettendo. Grazie e buona sera.
Grazie a domani.
Grazie a tutti, grazie mille.
Grazie.
Grazie.
Ciao.
Ciao. Ciao.